Okay. Ready for me to go?
Good evening, 6:34. Let's call this meeting to order for our 2021 budget overview. Doug or Dr. Burke?
All right, I'll take it away.
Turn over to Doug.
All right, well, good evening, everyone. I will be brief because the intent of the public hearing is for the public to offer comments. So here we go. We know our vision, mission, strategic plan, so I won't repeat that. If you're looking at what we published in the paper, you'll notice that the expenditures increased by 12 million last year. And I was going to show you what we're increasing this year as well. But last year, when we published, it looked like it was going up by 23 million. And I remember that question came up as I was going over the budget. In actuality, it only went up 12 million. And the result of the 12 million mainly was because of bond and interest, because of our payments going up, but also our general fund because of increased enrollment. The base state aid per pupil went up. We levied a little extra money in extraordinary growth, and our virtual population grew. We also, in capital outlay, we budgeted increased expenditures last year to cover the new Spring Hill District Administrative Center. And also CAPERS payments went up because there was only 3 in 2018-19, but then there was 4 in 1920. So this year, our budget's going up by 10 million. Most of that is due because of enrollment. And also there was an increase in the base state aid per pupil this year. Also included in that general fund amount is virtual. And virtual is taking a pretty sizable increase this year. In fact, I'm worried I didn't budget big enough, and I may be coming to you in a couple months to republish the budget so that they can spend their full authority. But we'll wait to see how the numbers come in. We also chose to levy enough to increase 600,000 in spending authority out of the extraordinary growth fund. Supplemental general, we're planning on spending, or we budgeted another $800,000, and that was also due to increased enrollment and funding that was in the formula. Capital outlay, we increased that budget also to cover again the project, the new district administrative center. Here's a quick graph on what enrollment's doing, not including virtual. Where's the growth in Johnson County? You can see very clearly it's in Spring Hill. The next closest would be Gardner, and they're only growing about 1%. Most of the districts in Johnson County are flat. And that's not even accounting for potential declines this year for those kids that are going virtual. This is kind of a neat snapshot of our assessed valuation history. You'll see if you go clear back to 2005-06, we were under 100,000. This year we topped 300,000. Incredible growth the last few years. Question?
Is it 300 million?
I'm sorry, 300 million. Yeah. Yes. I apologize. We are going to experience a slight decrease in state aid, and that's because our assessed valuation per pupil went up. Anytime it goes up, your state aid drops. Now, on an encouraging note, even though our assessed valuation is going up this year, if our enrollment grows substantial, our state aid should grow next year, which would be the first time that's happened in a while. The mill levy is heading down slightly this year. You'll see that we had a 12-year streak that was broken last year with the passing of the bond issue. But we hope to start a new streak and keep the mill levy going down for at least the near future until we have to do another bond issue. Here's a breakdown of the mill levy by fund. You'll see that supplemental general is going up a little bit this year compared to last. Bond and interest were dropping a little bit. The good news is we have a healthy cash balance in that fund, and I'm not worried about future payments at this point. Overall, you'll see it's going down 0.147. Here's what's happened in our districts to the north as far as a 10-year average mill levy, and you'll see that we are second lowest in Johnson County. If we just increase the mill levy 1 over a 10-year period based on assessed valuation today, that would be another $3 million for us to spend. Here's a breakdown of the Johnson County school districts by the different funds they levy. You will notice that every district in Johnson County is projected to go down this year, with the exception of Shawnee Mission, and they're going up just a little bit. This is an interesting chart that shows a snapshot of where cash balances are. And in all honesty, ours aren't the greatest, but they're definitely not the worst. I wish they're a little higher, but I feel we're in a good spot because this doesn't include all the funds that we have. And when you include capital outlay, food service, gifts and grants, special reserve fund, we have some cash balances there that help us out. But you'll see there's a few districts around us that have extremely healthy cash balances compared to us. And you'll see that there are some below us as well. I shared this slide last year. Nothing new as far as promises that we kept. And I'm happy to report that we're still on track to keep our promises from the 2018 bond election. Also, it's important to note that as we've been refinancing bonds, which we did so earlier this year, our grand total since 2008 is up to $8.5 million. And that's what allows us to lower that bond and interest mill levy this year and still have plenty of cash on hand to make payments. And that is my final slide. So at this point in time, I would entertain questions from the board or the general public if they have them.
I do have kind of a general question. So with all the economy and the state probably having shortfalls because of that, how does that affect our state funding?
What we've been told so far is that the finance formula in place, they plan to fund it. That could obviously change when we get to the legislative session. They could try to cut K-12 education down the road. It's happened before. We hope it doesn't happen this year, but it could. We believe we have enough in cash reserves to hopefully withstand that. But it could get tight depending on what happens, the next 3 to 6 months. I would like to mention that I do put together a budget support document. It's a little over 200 pages. It's rich in history of the district, what we've done over the years, where we're headed. I publish this entire document on our website. So if anybody wants to go and look at details of our budget, it's all on the web.
Doug, can you go back up to the promises kept part 2?
Yes. You want me to go over that one as it relates to the 2018 bond issue?
Yeah, if you could just provide a little more detail on how we're progressing and how things are moving forward.
Yeah, sure. When the 2018 bond election was being planned, we realized that the last two bond issues were zero mill levy increases. In fact, we were able to actually decline the mill levy after passing those bond issues. It's extremely rare. And normally you can't go out and borrow 72 million and not raise the mill levy. So as we were planning that particular bond issue for 72 million, we estimated it was going to pop the mill levy about 4.25 mils. And keep in mind, we was doing that planning back in 2000, and it was the summer of 2018 for a fall election. And it actually, when we was putting together the 2018-19 budget, that actually went down a little bit. You'll see a little over 6 mil or 0.6 mils. 2019, 2020, our bond payments were going up. It was time to raise the mill levy to be able to make those payments. We actually increased it. You'll see almost 4.8. So it nets out a little under 4.2. So we was able to keep that promise. And my hope is we can keep the mill levy flat or declining for at least a few more years. But again, there's no guarantees. We don't know what's going to happen with enrollment or with the assessed valuation. There's just, right now, there's too many big variables out there that I can just definitively promise that it's going to continue to go down. But this year it is.
And Doug's making a good point. There's two things to really consider. First of all, we expect to spend about $500,000 on PPE and other COVID-related purchases, whether it's technology, whether it's safety, whatever that is. We're expected about $500,000. We're hoping that we'll get money from Miami County and Johnson County to cover those costs. But as of right now, we haven't had any checks got out to us. Is that right, Doug?
That is correct. We have asked Miami County for a reimbursement of a little over $25,000 for expenditures that happened March 1st through July 31st, but a bulk of our cost has happened after that cutoff. So all the dividers that were purchased, there was a bunch of cleaning supplies, additional labor that we're going to be using here shortly. There's a big chunk of our expenses is coming, and hopefully Johnson County and Miami County is going to help us out.
So the other aspect of that is something to think about is if for some reason the governor is not able to hold the budget like she has tried to promise, and the rest of the legislator makes a change, or there are cuts. And what's the other word they use instead of cuts, Doug?
Allocations.
Allocations. If that happens, we're still growing and we still have more students coming. And based on that, we may have to seriously consider raising that mill levy. So it's one of those things that always sounds really good, but we may not be able to keep our promise. Well, first of all, I don't know that we promised never to raise the mill levy again, but with a small growing district like we are, with possible cuts or allotments coming, this time next year, we may have to be talking about an increase in mill levy.
Thank you. This is a point of open time for a budget hearing. So if any members of the community have questions on the budget, feel free to walk up to the mic and ask those questions.
And I would encourage you, if you have questions after you go home or in the future, don't hesitate to call or email me, and I'll be happy to get those answered.
And this entire budget workbook is available on USD230.org, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and everyone has access to it.
Yep.
Okay.
And if by chance they want a printed copy, I do have a few, not a lot, but they can reach out to me and I can get a hard copy if need be.
Okay, great.
If the county does not come through with any money to cover the PPE, where would we be looking to find that?
We do have a little bit of money that is guaranteed from the state. We have 100,000 that'll be routed through our federal funds, and another 60,000 that's sped CARES money. So we got 160,000 that's pretty much guaranteed. I'm kind of wanting to hold on to that to the last minute because we can use that money to backfill our budget if other things happen. My hope is we'll tap the Miami County money, Johnson County money first, because its deadline is in December, whereas the federal money we're getting, we can stretch that out clear to September 2021. That'll cross even another budget year. So we're just gonna have to play it by ear, see how much we get, see how much we spend, and spend it down accordingly.
Any questions or comments from the board or from the public?
Yep.
So this concludes the budget hearing. We are at recess until 7 o'clock until the regularly stated board meeting begins. Meeting to order, our regular stated school board meeting. Candy, please collect the roll.
Okay, we'll begin the roll with Mrs. Seeley.
Yes, here.
Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Approved. Not
Okay.
approved, but roll call's done.
Thank you, Candy. Next on the item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda.
This is Sharon Mitchell. I move for approval.
This is Ally Sealing. I second.
It's moved and seconded for approval of the agenda. Any discussion? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes.
Mrs. Seeley.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Very good. Thank you. Recognitions, Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I'm going to start with Brad Wilson. I know he had something.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. I think the board understands what a great job Phil and his team does. But I do want to give a special recognition at this time when we are having unbelievable stress and a lot of changes that deal with technology. He has had an incredible increase in volume. Same team, and admittedly they're phenomenal, but I just wanted to recognize Phil and his team for doing such an outstanding job.
That's all we have.
All right. Well, I'd like to take just a minute to really address everyone that's listening, everyone that's in the room, and the board as well. Last spring, our teachers and administration were asked to do something that really is unprecedented. They were thrown a curveball and really required within a matter of a few days, a couple of weeks, to completely reframe, retool, revamp how they educate our students. And then came summer. It was a roller coaster. In June, we thought it looked like that we were going to be all back in person. And then we moved into July and it looked like it was going to be a hybrid. And now we're opening certainly at secondary and remote. So our teachers have been asked to completely change their paradigm 3 times in less than 6 months. It's truly amazing how our teachers, our administration, how they've responded with courage, with grace, with professionalism, and resilience. We should all be extremely amazed and very, very proud of them. Proud that we can call them the teachers that provide support and education to our students. It truly is amazing. And to the board, we've been asked to make some very, very difficult decisions that have never been required of a board before in recorded history as far as education goes. And so I want to thank you, members of the board, for being willing to listen to understand, not listen to respond, but listen to understand, gain an understanding of what the issues are, of what the research that needs to be done. The way that we've responded in this district shows grit. It shows hard work. Our teachers and administration have shown professionalism beyond imagine. And I am personally very proud to be a part of this district. I'm proud to be a member of this board, but probably more important than the pride I have of being a member of the board is really the excitement that I have about where we can go, where we can take education within this district, and the truly amazing students that are educated within our district by this unique, tremendous set of teachers and administrators, and just the excitement of the future that we have within this district. The potential to educate students to make the world a better place. I have a tremendous amount of confidence in our educational system within our district to truly change the world to be a better place. So thank you very much to all the board members. I appreciate your commitment, your dedication, the time that you spend, a tremendous amount of time. But even beyond that, to the teachers and the administration that have had to make complete changes to how they were educated on how to teach students. It truly is phenomenal. It shows agility, it shows resilience, and it shows an absolute commitment. I think about the individual hours that each of these teachers spends with our children, with our students, to ensure that they're educated so that they can go on and create an amazing life. So congratulations. I truly appreciate absolutely all the hard work, dedication that our teachers, our administration, our staff, and our board have demonstrated during this time of uncertainty, where uncertainty is magnified. So thank you. That's my recognition. Any other recognitions?
List of board members.
Okay, we'll move on to business with individuals. I know I have quite a few cards up here. I do want to read really the rules of the road when we're talking about public participation and how the ground rules of how we'll proceed this evening during public participation. And I'll read it right out of the agenda. If you plan to participate, to get up and speak and talk, I won't read this between each individual person. So listen, pay close attention, because there are some very important ground rules. Each speaker under business with individuals is encouraged to provide written comments to the board so that you can use your time on the agenda to summarize your concerns. It would be beneficial for the patron or parent to document their adherence to following the process, to attempting to resolve the issue at the lowest level within the organization first. The board president maintains control of the floor and sets the time limit for speakers, generally not to exceed 5 minutes. Given the volume of participants, I'll set that at 3 minutes. Unless extended by consent of a majority of the board, a total time period shall not exceed 30 minutes. So what that means is when we reach 30 minutes, if the majority of the board agrees to continue hearing participants, we'll set another time period and move on. If the board does not by a majority consent to extending the public participation period, those that were not able to participate, your time will be moved to the next stated agenda, to the next meeting that's regularly scheduled. According to board procedure, the board shall not hear personal complaints concerning any employee or groups of employees of the school district or any person connected with the school district during open session. All personnel matters are referred to administration, who then reports to the board in an executive session. In a nutshell, you don't call people out by name. You don't have employee complaints. There's another process for that. The board has the right to schedule public hearings on those matters that are warranted. Public hearings are open forums that are established to give patrons, parents, and community members an opportunity to address the board on specific issues. So I will work through these in the method that are in the order in which they were received. We do have 2 that were submitted remotely online and they were unable to attend this evening. So in order to ensure that their thoughts and opinions were heard, I've asked the board clerk to read those that were submitted. So we'll start off with Rhonda and Trevor Swanson.
Just a FYI, go ahead, come on up. Make sure you talk directly into the microphone up there. Last week or 2 weeks ago when we had people were in the back said they couldn't hear. And so sometimes it's intimidating to have that in your face, but you need to be really close to it so they can hear.
I'm really loud, so it probably won't be a problem. But thank you for the advice. Thank you. My name is Rhonda Swanson. I have 3 kids in Spring Hill School District, 1 in high school and 2 at Woodland Springs Middle School. I understand that 89% of the families in USD230 requested in-person school, and yet we are not moving forward with what people of this district desired by a huge margin. I am a big fan of fall sports. Fall happens to be my favorite time of the year, and sports are just a benefit of the season. However, I don't understand the logic of allowing sports but not in-person schooling. I am concerned that we are allowing fall sports to move forward under a different logic than that applied to in-person schooling. How is it that close contact in sports activities can be superior to the social distancing requirements for in-person schooling? Our kids are not being allowed to attend school in person because it is deemed more dangerous than sports. Fall sports practices are being held up to 2 hours a day, 5 days a week on school property. Why in the world would anyone think that kids are safer from COVID on a football practice field than in a classroom? Football is known as a high contact sport where kids actually tackle and pile up on other kids on every play in the game and minute by minute in practice. Yet in our classrooms, you have spaced desks further apart. I understand that we have purchased plexiglass dividers for between $50,000 and $70,000 taxpayer dollars, and we will require our kids to wear masks, and somehow that will not be more safe than kids tackling each other, and odds are spitting in each other's faces as they joyfully scream out their pleasure on making a great play. I am all about sports. Kids need to get up and move, and sports offers that opportunity. So this is not a complaint about fall sports. It is an observation of the hypocrisy of allowing full contact extracurricular activities and no in-person schooling for educating our youth, which, by the way, is the primary objective of school. Very few, if any, of the Spring Hill kids will make it to college level. For quick reference, the odds of a high school athlete playing college ball at a college of any size is only 7%. To reach a D1 college or university, the percentage drops to about 1.2%. Yet 100% of the kids that graduate from Spring Hill will need an education to provide critical thinking and necessary skills to be successful. If we as parents and educators are sincere in our desire to educate our children to be critical and logical thinkers, we should lead by example and apply the same logic to decisions made in the interest of the children in Spring Hill. If we can play and practice sports, we can be in school. Schooling may not take place in the perfect environment due to COVID, but it is a far better option for our kids. We need to put our kids back in school where they belong and where they want to be, getting educated and playing sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Elizabeth Howell.
Thank you to the members of the board who are working so hard to find the right path for our kiddos this fall. I come to you tonight as an extremely proud special ed parent. We left the Olathe district 2 years ago, and one of the main reasons was to find a better learning environment for our children. Let me tell you that we found it, and we found it in spades. With the help of amazing staff and teachers, our child has made progress that has exceeded our expectations. He has found success, and alongside of that, he has discovered a new level of confidence. The teachers and staff are amazing, but try as they might, and believe me, they are definitely trying. There are many kiddos out there that cannot, have not, and will not be successful with virtual learning. I'm not trying to say that I'm speaking for all parents of special ed kids when I stand up here, but I've talked with many who share my concerns for their children in this virtual world. It is asinine to think that these children will be able to sit behind a computer screen for hours at a time and be successful. There is an entire subgroup of children who are going to be left behind once again through no fault of their own. The standards have been set by the Kansas Department of Education. How will this group of learners reach these benchmarks? How will they hit the objectives if they can't even be part of the learning? Many families have this same struggle and they have this same fear. I'm a master's educated teacher, and do you know what that means? It means that I am smart enough to know that I am not qualified to meet all the needs of my child. And while that saddens me, it also means that I seek out the best opportunities for my child in a world that I don't understand, his world. In our search, we found Spring Hill. We found qualified, specialized, and compassionate teachers and staff who pour so much into our children. The other day, we had the opportunity to meet my son's teacher. He was very anxious about going. After meeting her and interacting with many of the staff at our school, we headed home. On the way out, I asked him how he was feeling. His reply gave me peace and turmoil at the same time. He said, "You know, Mom, God gave us this COVID stuff thinking we could handle it, and we haven't done a very good job. But now I think it's going to be okay." You see, being back at school, even through his fears, he felt calmed. He felt accepted and wanted. He felt it was going to be okay. How do we take that away from our kids? Not just the SPED kids, but all of them. Not just the elementary kids, but the middle schoolers and the high schoolers as well. How do we ensure that they are not on a roller coaster ride of being in school one week, but not the next? One day, but not another? These children especially need consistency. They need structure. They need us adults to provide a balanced world for them so they feel safe, so they can move on to learning. Maslow's hierarchy has taught us that there are certain needs that must be met before any learning can occur. Safety is one of those needs, but so is personal relationships. I don't see virtual relationships on the hierarchy. Our regular ed kids need to be in school, but for absolute certain, our SPED kids need to be in school in person. They need to be learning in their own style that is appropriate for their own needs. They need to feel successful. And for many, they will never get that through virtual learning. I'm asking you tonight to take into consideration the many types of learners that you represent. I'm asking you to create a committee that can look at the data as it comes out and decide on gating criteria that is right for Spring Hill. Because just like we have individual learning plans for our students, we should also have individualized gating criteria that meets the needs of our community, not Olathe or Blue Valley or Johnson County as a whole. My husband likes to say, only history will decide whether we made the right decisions or not, but progress cannot be made without taking on risk. I wonder if you are brave enough to make the right decision for all of our learners, not just the ones that fit the virtual mold.
Thank you. Jorianne Whitman.
Good evening. When I speak on behalf of the teachers I represent, I take that very seriously. In preparation for my statement tonight, a poll was sent out on Friday to all members of the Spring Hill Education Association, asking them what they wanted me to say tonight. 65 members of my SHEA family took the time to respond, which was an excellent return under the circumstances. Last week, when it came to the attention of faculty, staff, and administrators that there was a push from some members of the community for our school board members to rescind their previous votes to follow the Johnson County gating criteria. The change in the atmosphere of our secondary school buildings was palpable. For the previous week and a half, our faculty and staff had been working side by side to prepare to teach our students in a hybrid and virtual environment. We rolled up our sleeves and did what we were asked to do, just like we always do. And we were just starting to wrap our heads around it and feeling less overwhelmed about the enormous task of reopening our schools in the middle of a global pandemic. Our training had gone very well, and we were given time to flip our classrooms, which takes hours and hours and hours, by the way. And then it was like the floor dropped out from under us. Everything we thought was going to happen was now up in the air again. Morale was low. Uncertainty was the prevailing feeling. I watched teachers attempt to make multiple sets of lesson plans for face-to-face, hybrid, and remote learning, only to give up because of an overwhelming feeling of futility as a result of not knowing what the outcome of tonight's meeting would be. When I got the news, I'll admit I was completely overwhelmed with my own feelings of uncertainty. Many teachers approached me for advice, insight, and encouragement. And I had to dig deep to be strong for them because there was a big part of me that was just done with all of this and very disappointed that I would have to stand before my school board once again to speak for the teachers I represent and ask that the right thing be done for our students, our faculty, and staff. So I apologize in advance if my words tonight are not as diplomatic as many of you are used to hearing from me, but I don't have time to take the high road. Perception is reality, and it pains me greatly to say this, but many of our teachers feel that they are caught in the middle of the community and the school board. Pawns in a political game of chess that maybe sacrificed the most vocal team or the team that makes the most moves behind the scenes wins. The vitriol that has appeared on social media has been hurtful and divisive. The perceived willingness of the board to even entertain the possibility of overturning such an important vote as the vote to follow the Johnson County gating criteria 2 days before the start of school has frankly damaged the level of trust that many of our teachers have in the board. It is evident that this push to rescind came about partly as a result of the recent board meeting in the Blue Valley District. For the third consecutive board meeting, I will remind you that we are not Blue Valley. We are Spring Hill. We do not have the luxury of changing our minds, our votes, and our plans on a whim. Blue Valley does not start school until after Labor Day. We start Wednesday. They have time to train and plan. All of our extensive planning and training has already been done once. If the agenda is amended for a revote, that gives us 1 day to plan for whatever it is that the community and the school board decides that we are supposed to do. So a vote to rescind cannot just end with "we changed our minds." We need clear direction and time to turn the ship around. If the plan is to use the KSDE guidelines, you need to be aware that even though they use more data points, they're actually a bit more stringent, as the Blue Valley District discovered after their unscheduled vote. In addition to middle and high school students learning remotely, the elementary school students will also be home 3 days a week in the hybrid model, now throwing our elementary teachers under the bus. Not to mention that the KSDE guidelines also eliminate high-risk activities. Football, volleyball, cheerleading, band, choir, which will cause yet another debate on that topic. Maybe after a second debate, we will see fit to provide our coaches and administrators with clear guidance on at what point these high-risk activities are not going to be worth the risk. So here's the bottom line. Do not break faith with the teachers and paraeducators who have spent countless hours doing everything that they have been asked to do in a nearly impossible situation. Do not break faith with your building and district administrators who have been asked time and time again to pivot and change direction and to lead their staff through these changes, even when they didn't have all the answers and when they'd been given precious little guidance and direction. Do not break faith with your education service professionals in the areas of food service, building and grounds maintenance, and technology, for they have all had to make detailed plans based on the original plan as well. Do not break faith with your school district. If every decision you make as a school board is up for a revote, there will be no consistent direction and path moving forward. All the progress we have made will have been in vain. Do not break faith with your stakeholders. Be good stewards of their tax money. Do not waste the money you have invested in 2 weeks of training, technology, and additional staff required to meet the standards of the Johnson County gating criteria by which you voted to abide. Stay the course. Please uphold your original vote to follow the Johnson County gating criteria, and let us start the 2020 school year confidently and optimistically. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Michelle Maines and Jolene Rutledge. I would remind you that we do need to stick to a time constraint. We do want to hear as many people as we can. So Michelle and Jolene, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Burke. We'd like to take this time to extend our gratitude for all the hard work and tough decisions you've had to make recently. Though finding solutions that everyone can agree on during a global pandemic isn't likely, I think everyone can agree your devotion to providing the best and safest education possible for staff and students is evident. The teachers, parents, paras, counselors, and support staff of USD230 share that devotion. Tonight, this letter speaks for 122 of them, whose names you will find at the bottom of this letter in your email. We are once again faced with the uncertainty of this school year. As a board, you made a difficult but smart decision a few Mondays ago to follow the advice and direction of our local experts, the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment, for the academic setting. We understand that some are unsatisfied with this decision, and we would like the board to rescind their vote in favor of adopting a different set of criteria. It's completely understandable that many of us have strong feelings about this, as it directly affects Spring Hill's most precious assets, our kids. We believe that every stakeholder in this community has a right to express their voice, but they do not have the right to express ours. So tonight, we're here again to implore you to listen to the voices of so many educators who may be a little quieter, but should be no less impactful.
Today, our ask is threefold. We believe that the county's gating criteria that we have voted on should remain in place. The health department has made improvements to how they are gathering their percent positive, similar to KSDE's criteria. Not only that, They worked in conjunction with Children's Mercy and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention to create this plan. Dr. Burke made it very clear in his address to the board last meeting, we need a plan, we need a direction, let us accept it and get prepared. We deserve better, our students deserve better, let us do better. If, however, the board feels strongly that a change in the adopted gating criteria is necessary and a vote to rescind is on the table, we ask for time. Time to gather more evidence from experts, time to review the criteria we have in place and how we might improve it, and time for our teachers and staff to pivot yet again. A rushed decision benefits no one. Changing course now would not only force teachers to upend all of the plans that they have been working on since August 10th in less than 36 hours, but would also demonstrate a gross disregard for our professionalism as educators. We need a plan for the safe reopening of schools that is driven by the experts and vetted objectively. We cannot and should not change our plan every time it does not render the results we're looking for. Moving forward, we ask that we follow the criteria, updated or not, with fidelity, providing our teachers and students with the consistency and security needed to be successful. Members of the board, you have heard us before, and we hope you will hear us again as we request a safe reopening plan and for this district to stick by their original decision. We are standing here tonight because the health and the well-being of our students matters, but also because in order to protect the well-being and health of our students, we must also protect the health and well-being of our teachers and staff. We appreciate your time and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Jolene. Janetta House.
I know that you all are going off of Johnson County criteria, but I would hope that you would look at what happened with KU. KU tested 7,000 of their students and only 89 were positive. That's less than a 1.3%. That's a lot different than Johnson County is telling us. It's just something to think about because on their testing, the positives also include presumed positives. That means if one person in a family is positive, they presume all of them are positive. And I don't think that's a real accurate estimate. The other thing that I'd like to ask is that I'd heard that athletes can only have 4 passes so that parents can attend. But in split families, that means the mom gets 2 and the dad gets 2. And us grandparents would really like to come and cheer our kids on. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Dickey.
Dear Board of Education, Dr. Burke, and all staff. A couple of people have asked me to share my personal story and my perspective, and I felt led to share tonight for 2 reasons. First, because I want to personally thank each of you for your service to the school district and our community. At this time in history, I can only imagine the burden you bear as an elected official. There are still so many unknowns, so much responsibility, and so many opinions. It's difficult for me to sort through all of the information flying around these days. I have the privilege of turning off the news or not reading the next headline or the news article. But you do not have that privilege, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Secondly, I want to share from my family's perspective. As many of you know or have heard, on May 9th of this year, I was literally run over by a truck when a drunk driver struck the truck I was loading after celebrating Mother's Day with my family. It was a very random and senseless act that none of us saw coming. On the way to the hospital, I coded in the ambulance and was brought back to life by some very amazing paramedics. I continued to fight for my life for 2 weeks. Thankfully, I made a miraculous turnaround after so much medical and prayer support. I continue to fight for my healing and recovery. This community came around my family and blessed us with so much love and practical support. Thank you to all who are listening or are here tonight that donated and served my family. We made it through the hardest days because of you. I share this because I want you to understand that I know risk. When we talk about coronavirus and the potential for great harm for those with pre-existing conditions, I get it. I was diagnosed with asthma while playing college basketball. That's a pre-existing condition that I know many are concerned about, and rightly so. But after the accident, I was left with multiple broken ribs, a broken scapula, and cardiomyopathy that may or may not resolve with time. Simply put, my heart does not beat with the same strength that it used to. The broken bones are healing, my lungs that collapsed are inflated again, and my heart is holding steady, but weaker than it used to be. I just recently read an article talking about how the coronavirus attacks the heart and wreaks havoc for months after infection if the patient survives. We continue to learn more every day. Even so, my family has chosen in-person learning for many reasons. Simply put, it's best for my children. Is it best for me with my new health risks? No, but it is best for them and their emotional and their mental health. I work as a psych nurse at a freestanding behavioral health hospital in Olathe. I can tell you that the hospital was at capacity and over capacity at times this past spring. Back then, we were seeing effects of the lockdown on patients, and I can only imagine what that is like there now. I gave my high schoolers the option to go in person or to choose online learning. One chose in person very quickly because he realized for him to learn that was best. In the spring, he chose to go fishing and play spike ball instead of sitting on the computer for hours doing his work. I can't say I really blame him. He does very well with in-person learning, and he has been very successful. I thought his decision was wise and showed responsibility. My other kiddo really debated. She did very well in the spring, getting her work completed early and having freedom the rest of her day. She is self-motivated. She was conflicted, but decided in person was best as well because her artistic interests cannot be completed online. Ultimately, ceramics has to be done in person. She wants to take the art classes. My youngest, a fifth grader, loves to be at school. She is very social and makes friends easily. There is not one teacher that does not love her. She works hard for her teachers. She has had an IEP since first grade. She has come off her IEP right when we started spring break. She hasn't been in school since, and I am most concerned about her. She needs to be in school. I am not equipped, especially now, to teach her at home. I am afraid she will fall behind even further if she is not in school. My children understand as much as they can about the risk for their mother. They've lived the last months without me in the home. They have persevered through a lot, and they need some normalcy. They want to be in school. My kids want to be in school. I think this pandemic has taught many that school isn't so bad after all. As a nurse, I know and believe this pandemic is serious. As a psych nurse, I know and believe the emotional and mental well-being and safety of our children is essential to growing healthy adults. Both are important. We cannot afford to place a higher priority on either one. Somehow, we need to hold the tension of both.
Could you please summarize and complete? We've gone
Yep,
past time. Thank
just
you.
a couple sentences.
Okay.
Somehow we need to hold the tension of both. This is nearly impossible task to present before you, and I trust that you will do what is best for the students. I ask that you, our district leaders, consider better gating criteria created by good data. I ask that 89% of parents that chose to enroll their children in person schooling are considered. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Amy.
Mr. Updike, we have gone 30 minutes. Do you want to continue this?
Well, this is for the majority of the board to decide.
And do I need a motion to extend the time? I think we need to hear from people
No,
here.
it's just whether we have an agreement to move on.
Yes.
And I will be timing 3 minutes.
We'll move forward. We'll add another 30 minutes.
Okay.
And reassess then. And if you could listen for the board clerk to provide the time. If you could give a 30-second warning so people can draw a conclusion. Thank you. John.
No, I'll have my hand up.
Okay. John Reynolds.
Good evening, everyone. I stood in an audience 11 years ago when the class of 2001 was announced. And yet now I'm standing in front of you worried about what's going to happen to the class of 2021. They are lost, and they're going to get lost unless we get them back in the building with their other students. We elected you to make the decisions, not a medical officer for Johnson County. That's not who we look to for leadership. It is everyone that is sitting in front of us. And it is our expectations that our elected officials do what is best for our community, not what Johnson County medical officials want to do. My biggest concern is what's going to happen to the students who have activities that cannot participate in those activities because they take place during the day. It's the choirs, it's the bands, it's all those functions that are not going to be addressed because they can't do that over the internet. As we look forward, I can say that this is the first time that I will have ever made this statement. I'm worried about every student for Spring Hill, and any educator that knows me in this school district knows that that is not normally what I say. My statement normally is I have one child in this district, and that's the only child I worry about. This is the first time I can honestly say I'm worried about every choir member. I'm worried about every band member. I'm worried about every theater person because they're not being addressed. And yet we will look at other activities as acceptable. And I believe as the leadership that we've elected that you need to go back into committee and talk about this at a high level because this is not acceptable. My child may not be able to vote, but his parents can. So please think about what we've done and what we're going to do to move forward with this school year where we have the ability to make sure the class of 2021 is not lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
It's pronounced Usler, Mr. Updike. It's a tricky one, I know.
My apologies.
Good evening. My name is Ronald Usler, and I am the orchestra director for both Spring Hill and Woodland Spring Middle Schools. I've already sent an email to every board member expressing my concerns on the recent petition to rescind the gating criteria. But for the sake of not being redundant, I will not read those words to you again. Instead, I will simply read a few sentiments from my colleagues within the district who requested their voices be heard tonight. From a high school teacher. While I obviously want the gating criteria followed, more importantly, I just want a decision that is solid. I understand this is a pandemic and things change regularly. That's fine. But for big picture decisions, like whether to follow the gating criteria or not, that shouldn't change. I know myself and many other teachers feel like as soon as we are on solid ground and can start planning properly, the board changes the rules. If you want the best possible education for the students and the most effective staff, then you need to let us do our jobs safely and consistently. From a middle school teacher, I'm Switzerland in this whole debate, but I'm frustrated, I'm exhausted, and extremely sad. I feel like this has become an us versus them situation, and it absolutely should not be. We need positive relationships to maintain a teamwork attitude to support their child's education. People are emotionally invested in this topic, but it has become very toxic. I don't participate in those narratives, and I do my best to not look through them because it's not conducive in my attempt to remain positive and focused on the education I'm providing these kids, whether that's in person or virtually. I don't mind teaching the kids in person. However, remote has been decided, so I've mentally and physically prepared for that pathway. From a middle school teacher, I would like the board to take into consideration that the reason we cannot solely focus on cases in Spring Hill is because so many of our teachers do not live in Spring Hill. We live in Lenexa, Overland Park, Olathe, Gardner, etc. As a teacher who falls into that category, I am terrified that I will get it in my home zip code and accidentally bring it to the school. We want the kids to be safe. From a high school teacher, the thought of changing anything on Monday has caused debilitating levels of anxiety. From an elementary teacher, keep our kids safe and follow the county guidelines. Make a decision and stick to it. This going back and forth and not knowing what's happening is making more trouble and causing more stress and anxiety. Stressed, frustrated, exhausted, terrified, debilitating levels of anxiety. These are the words of our USD230 teachers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a plan in place. Teachers, staff, and administrators have worked tirelessly putting together remote and hybrid plans to provide a quality education for our students in the midst of a global health crisis. And that plan is ready to be executed. To bring students back in the building prematurely only guarantees we will be in this mess even longer, possibly burying teachers, students, staff, and family members in the process. I strongly urge you to consider and listen to the voices of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. Julie Dowd.
I apologize. I did not write something down, but I'm just going to kind of go by a few thoughts here. My daughter's a senior in high school here, Emily Dowd, and I just want to say how much we appreciate all your effort, the administration, how thankful we are. But I want to focus on two success stories that happened this summer. One of them was a pig show up in Des Moines, and it had 3,000 exhibitors. And these kids were 8 years old up to college age. And they showed for a week, and there were no outbreaks at this show. Okay, let me take it, and that was held in Des Moines. And so now let me bring it back to local, which was the end of July and the 1st of August. And that was our Johnson County Fair. And we showed sheep, cattle, goats, and pigs. And that was held for a week. And there were no outbreaks. And I know that for sure because I'm on a Johnson County Extension Board. And I want to emphasize the frustration that the kids are going through, my daughter, realizing that her senior year is not going to be the same as our senior year. And she's going to be successful, and every other kid that's a senior is going to be successful too. And I know darn well it's because they are not going to live in fear. And they are going to go forward, and my goodness, they're going to make great things happen. And I want you guys, as our board, to do the same, please. And I'm just thinking of the kids. And I don't think that this is something to be taken lightly. But I just want to share with you 2 huge success stories that we've had in the Midwest and locally here in Johnson County. So I appreciate all your hard work, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Julie. Addison Cheatham.
As many of you know, I am a student at the high school. Online classes is something I am familiar with. I take classes at Johnson County as well. One thing that I've definitely noticed, even with the start just being today in summer classes, is the internet issues we have experienced. It is hard for us as students to only hear every 5 words or every few words for us to be able to fully understand the content we're supposed to be learning. It is also hard for us when we go through things such as 0 reasons why. It's another thing we stress very much in our school. Some of these students have noticed there is a major increase in suicide, depression, stress, anxiety. To be exact, many students, especially children, have noticed as much as 4 times as much stress, anxiety, depression, and suicide rates have definitely increased. Us students strive on a schedule. We're used to going to school from 8 to 3. We've been doing that for many years. Now we're forced to try and understand to either a hybrid schedule or going back and forth from we're going to be remote or we're going to be online or half and half. In a child's eyes, it looks as if it is more important to go to the store or see other people, but they cannot fully go to their education. One thing I also want to stress is that this is our school district. This is Spring Hill, not any other school district. And each family and child has the option to choose what's best for them and what's best for the rest of their family. Zoom is not also our only option. Most of my online classes have been self-paced. And one thing we stress as a district is not everyone's going to learn the same way. And I think we definitely need to take that into account, that Zoom is not going to work for everyone, nor will self-paced. Another thing is these students strive, especially the athletes, to go and play their games and have everyone in the stands watching them and cheering them on. That is definitely something that is going to be new.
Thank you, Addison. Shauna Huntington.
Hello, my name's Shauna Huntington. We moved here to Spring Hill 7 years ago before my daughter started kindergarten, specifically leaving the Blue Valley School District to be a part of a smaller district and community where my kids are more than just a number. I have 2 children. I have a 4th grader at Wolf Creek and a 6th grader going to Spring Hill Middle School. And we have loved everything about being a part of this community. I have been 100% on board with the decisions of the district up to this point. Remote learning in the spring, delaying the start of school, and all of the work the teachers have put in to navigate this new normal. But at this point, I have to stand up for my kids and the kids of this community. We are doing them a disservice for their future. As a school board, you represent the constituents of this community, the kids, the teachers, the parents, and the community. 89% of your constituents have told you they want their kids back in school, and I'm one of them for multiple reasons. Number one, our infrastructure in this town is not suitable for remote learning. Our internet has been a long-term issue in this community, and it was even more apparent during the remote learning in the spring. My kids were only on a 30-minute call once per week for socialization purposes, and during these calls, they cut out multiple times. On more than one occasion, we left the call early because it wasn't worth it to hear only half of what was going on. How is my sixth grader, who is brand new to middle school, going to keep up in a class where she can only hear every fifth word her teacher is saying? It is physically not possible where we and many of the patrons of this district live. Number two, in a world where we're trying to get our kids to spend less time on screens for their mental and physical well-being, we are now going to ask them to spend 7 hours a day online in front of a screen. For any of you that have had a kid spend even one full day in front of a screen, you know that mental, physical, and emotional health are significantly negatively impacted after that day. Number three, you've given us a choice. Parents could choose to go in person or remotely. I'm asking that you honor that choice. For those who wish to keep their kids home, they have that option. For those that want to send their kids to school, they should have that option as well. As a board, you represent your constituents, 89% of which want in-person school. They want this knowing the Johnson County Health Department's recommendations and understanding that they are just that, recommendations. You want to keep the kids safe. Parents know what's best to keep their own kids safe, not the health department. I hope that you will do what is in the best interest of your most important constituents, the children of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Emily Dowd.
I've wanted to talk to you today through a student's perspective. None of us were excited to go back to school online. We all hoped and prayed for an in-person beginning of the school. Personally, I struggled with the end of last year. I know a lot of other kids did too. I'm not one to slack on my schoolwork. However, I can't go online for a whole month, let alone a whole year. It's overwhelming. With taking 3 college classes, I'm going to be lost and want nothing to do with online education after a couple of weeks. I know you want us to adapt to change, and we have, but we'll have to go back to school eventually. So why are we still waiting in fear to do so? Some kids need in-person education to be creative too. Art, band, and other clubs play a huge part of our lives. It's a getaway from whatever's going on. Being a senior, we're missing out on one of the best years of high school. Everyone says senior year is one to remember, but if we're online longer than expected, I'd rather forget about senior year. You have to take in consideration of the students and their mental health. On another note, thank you for not canceling fall sports. A lot of students need this season for college scholarship, and some need sports to get away. It's not only good for physical health, but mental health too. The students at Spring Hill have a voice, and we hope you don't forget about our wants and needs too. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Susie Cheatham.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak in this open forum. I know these decisions that you all have been faced with here recently are not any decisions that you ever thought you would have to make, especially for a volunteer job. And I know they're not taken lightly. I know that you care deeply about all of these kids. My concern and my reason for speaking today is not to tell you, to tell this community what they should do with their education. I ask you to allow the parents and the children to make the decisions for their own education, because no one knows better than that individual family. While I have zero medical background or education in medicine, my education comes in numbers, finance, and statistics. That brings up my concern with Johnson County's gating criteria. To me, it follows zero of the scientific measures that we learned in school. We look at these numbers and understand that the people that are being tested are primarily sick, symptomatic people. And of those people, a small percentage are drive-through, where everyone can get tested, as well as people waiting to go into the hospital for a procedure. That makes up a small percent. I could not pinpoint that exact percentage to deliver that to you tonight. But what I can tell you, of the primarily symptomatic people, 90% of them do not have COVID. So to use this measure to decide whether our kids should have the opportunity to be in this building or any other building in our district, to me, is so misguided. I'm a Miami County resident, which makes up about 1/3 of our district, give or take. To date, we've had 187 total COVID cases in the county. Hardly something to shut our school down. Hardly something to tell a parent your kid cannot be educated in person. I say commonly, and if any of you know my kids, you'd understand why. It takes a village to raise a kid. Thank you. I also want our teachers to be protected. I hope that we can come up with something that they are also protected if they are high risk, because I think the needs and the wants of our parents, of our teachers, as well as our parents, should be considered. And finally, I would like to tell you that I am proud of all of these kids here for taking an active role in their education. While you may not be able to vote today, your voice matters. And one day you will be able to vote. And who you vote for matters. This is where you use your voice to control your future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Anna Fraley.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Anna Fraley. Our family is new to the school district. I have 4 children in 3 different levels of learning. There are so many things I am concerned about regarding the decision to start school, middle school and high school, using the only virtual online model. Number 1, screen time for my child. We all know the addictive habits that can quickly be formed with long amounts of screen time. Our kids now have no choice but to be watching or working on a screen 5 to 6 hours each school day. The things kids learn from being in person are so valuable and are being taken away. We should have a choice. 2, social interaction. Socially, middle school and high school are hard enough, and now these insecurities can and will be magnified because our kids won't be around their friends and their peers for support and just general interactions in a public setting. I also feel the possibility of online bullying will increase as well because all they have is a screen to deal with instead of talking and dealing with people face to face. We should have a choice. 3, the ability to support online learning. I am concerned about the ability of our community to be supported with online learning. Spring Hill does not have very good internet services or options. There are suggestions of city facilities, local businesses, school parking lots to be used as gathering places for families to gain internet access. Can you really fathom a family sitting for 5 to 6 hours a day in a coffee shop or a school parking lot to learn virtually? We have school buildings available, teachers willing and able, and all the precautions from a health standpoint in place for our kids to go to school. We should have a choice. I also want to draw attention to a petition signed by 300 families in the last 3 days, pleading for our children to have a choice to be in school. During the whole pandemic, essential businesses remained open. Today, my family can go to grocery stores, convenience stores, or a restaurant if we wear a mask. And in restaurants, you can take your mask off while you're at your table. Our schools are one of the most essential businesses that I can think of. Why are these businesses able to be open with taking safety precautions, but our schools are not? It is a very sad reality that we're being forced into. We should have a choice. You are our board and have the ability to make that choice. Please take a stand for our children.
Thank you, Anna. Jeff Lightcup? Did I get that right? No? Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment tonight. As a parent, I saw how my kids handled online school from March until the end of school, and they didn't learn anything. They constantly fought the internet. We have as good of internet as you can get, and my wife and I both work from home, and we're constantly on Teams calls, and we're not unique to the situation. There's going to be several families just like mine fighting the internet while our kids are trying to learn. So what's happened is my wife and her group have put together peer groups for my daughter. So they're going to be gathered together anyways, whether it's in the classroom or in my living room. Why not just open up the school doors and allow these kids to have a proper education that they all want? We've heard an overwhelmingly support for kids back in the school this evening. Has been some comments about the fears of teachers. Teachers, in my opinion, are essential personnel. My sister's an RT at Children's Mercy. She's in the clinics every day taking care of your kids, and she didn't have a choice. But she didn't bat an eye when it was her turn to go to work. And she didn't bat an eye when she's the one dealing with COVID patients. But what she does have to deal with is an elementary school schooler that does have to start remotely. She's in a different school district. So she's been scrambling around trying to figure out care for her child. She's going to put my niece into a daycare site situation during the day where they're going to do remote learning. How much remote learning is going to go on in that situation? The same amount of learning that's going to go on for my middle schooler and my high schooler. It's not going to work. These kids need to be in school. They need to be around their peers. They need to be given the opportunity to be kids and learn the way kids learn. I appreciate the time, and I really encourage everybody to listen to the community and listen to the people in this room. They want the kids back in the school. And I saw a group of kids in the back. When I was their age, I was trying like crazy to get out of school. They want to be here. Let them be here. Listen to their voices. They're much smarter than we are. Thank you.
Mr. Updike, we have now met the next 30 minutes. So we've been going for 1 hour.
We currently have 4 participants or public participation registration cards. Is it the will of the board to extend for 15 minutes?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. We'll extend for 15 minutes. Taylor Woodward.
Not that tall. Okay, hi. I am a teacher at Spring Hill Middle School. This August, I began my 3rd ever year of teaching and also my 3rd year in this district. I love teaching here. I think that I teach with most incredible colleagues and administrators on earth. I love every single one of the students that I have had in class, and I cannot wait to see the students I will teach this year. I've enjoyed getting to know some of the families of my students as well. That said, for the past 2 or more weeks, with very little certainty as to what this school year would look like, I, along with the rest of my colleagues, we showed up. We embraced the new and rigorous and very mentally tasking requirements asked of us as professionals. We have had to reimagine the physical layout of our already crowded classrooms. We've had to rethink how to facilitate learning when most of the research-based strategies that we know are best are not possible in a socially distanced classroom. And we've learned how to utilize new tools and technology that are no longer a choice, they are necessary. We've also spent hours upon hours overhauling our entire curriculum delivery in order to create consistent, effective plans for every student. And we've had to practice new procedures that are meant to protect the lives of the children and ourselves. All of this while still not knowing what the first day of school, only 10 contracted days away, as of 2 weeks ago, would look like. So the evening of August 10th, I was thankful that you voted to accept the gating criteria because this gave us all something to hang our hats on and clear direction as we made instructional decisions in an ever-evolving pandemic. Since then, and since the confirmation of what exactly August 26th would look like, my colleagues and I have spent literal hours collaborating to create the details of our learning plans and practicing the tools to execute them. Of course, realizing that we might be remote makes me sad that I won't see the students I love in my desks in my classroom, but I can't describe the relief that I felt in just knowing I could build plans on a foundation and I could focus my energy on delivering the best possible learning experience given the circumstance, making connections, instead of worrying that the hours worth of work I was putting in to create a lesson would be for nothing if I was asked to change or pivot again. It is incredibly degrading and disheartening to then realize that there is a possibility that everything you just poured your heart and your soul into, thinking a decision had been made, could be tossed aside 36 hours before you're expected to execute the plan you've so carefully created. It makes me feel incredibly unappreciated and devalued as a professional. So today I appeal to your respect for the emotionally draining and mentally taxing work my colleagues and I have done in the past 2 weeks to prepare and provide consistency and a high quality education for our students. As a professional, I ask you value our time and our efforts. Please keep the gating criteria in place for schools so that we have some form of consistency. We desperately want to deliver a quality, well-planned, well-practiced education to our students, but we cannot do this if we have no foundation on which to build our decisions. Upholding the decision to follow the gating criteria ensures that if circumstances regarding the virus in the community are changing, we can see it coming and we can make gradual transitions between remote, hybrid, or in-person learning. Having no foundation gives us nothing to work with, and we end up just guessing what to base our instructional decisions on, and it wastes our time and our efforts. I deeply appreciate the consideration that you have all given this upcoming school year, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kayla. Jordan Hayworth. Jordan, please proceed. Thank you.
I didn't really have anything prepared, but I wanted to stress the fact about our students' mental health. I know many of the anxiety, depression, and suicide rates have gone up so much, and I just want to address that. I know many students going to school was a gateway out of their life. I know many students have many awful home lives, and they use school as a happy place. I also know many students who use their activities as a happy place, and that's the only thing that mattered in their lives. I know many students also, this is the only place that they can get food. They may not afford it at their house, and this is the only thing they would eat a day at school. Many students have just, I know I view school as a distraction in my life, and many students have gone up with their depression rates, and all they do is sit at home and overthink, which can cause a lot of anxiety. So all I ask is that you take and consider students' mental health and how much this has affected our students. I also would like to address that many students' activities are very important to them. And I know as a senior, I've been trying to get college recruits out to watch my performances, and I have not been able to since there hasn't been any football games or basketball games recently. So for many seniors, this is a really important time in their lives to think about their future and get college scholarships. I feel like our education is also very important to them. Many students learn very different lanes, and I know for me personally, online learning was really hard for me to learn. And I think some parents and kids should have the option of going to school in person because that's what they think is best for their future in education. I know I take many college classes and it's very hard for me to learn online, as well as the arts that I participate in. I know I can't do photo imaging at home, which I used as a stress reliever, and now I know I can't do that if we have online school. So all I'd like you to ask is please consider the students' mental health and how much this has taken a toll on it, as well as students getting back in their activities and how much it has made us happier that you're even allowing us to practice for our fall sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Kaylee Howell.
Hello, my name is Kay Howell, and I'm a 7th grade student at Woodland Springs Middle School. I know that as a 13-year-old student, I might not be taken seriously, but I do have a few things I would like to say. I was recently informed that the gating criteria that Spring Hill is using says that we should not be allowed to attend school in person. However, I strongly believe we should be allowed to attend school. One reason middle school students should be allowed to attend school is our responsibility level. Compared to the younger students, who, by the way, are able to attend school in person, we will be able to keep our masks on without constant reminders and social distancing ourselves while still functioning at a high level. Given the chance, older students can be trusted to do the right thing, as we have proven this at all our daily sports practices already. We are also responsible enough to follow whatever other rules the school is asking us to follow. There are lots of issues with remote learning, as we have seen this past spring. One problem with remote learning is that teachers can't always provide children the things they need for success. Students have troubles with lessons constantly. Without teachers being with the students to see their body language, they may have no idea the student is struggling unless they reach out for help. Furthermore, without peers being able to encourage their friends to ask questions, students with less confidence would fall behind because they did not ask for help. Another issue is organization. Students with less organizational skills or computer skills will have trouble with setting up their computers or documents. Things will easily get lost unless they have someone who can help them with the computer and documents. Again, in person, our friends were always there to help us out. Most of the time, our parents are little help in this area. Additionally, you have to look at the financial side of remote learning. Parents have gone out and spent hundreds of dollars on school supplies that will go unneeded for virtual classrooms. All of the notebooks, binders, backpacks, etc. will go unused, wasting the money spent on things that schools said they would need. This could be a major financial burden for some families. Another issue is for the teachers. They have been given so little time to prepare for yet another change. All of their lessons have to be changed to fit a virtual classroom. Furthermore, teachers are teaching because they want to see their students and be in contact with them to help them progress further. They want the personal contact just as much as we do. An additional issue, and probably the most concerning one, is the student spirits. Kids like me have had their spirits crushed over the past few months, and we were looking forward to being able to see each other again. If students think they have nothing left and they have lost the battle, they will think they have no reason to get up and do virtual school, let alone do their best. If they think their feelings mean nothing and they are not being heard, then they won't put forth the effort to succeed. Students should not have to face this anymore. We shouldn't have to feel like we aren't being heard and that we are going through this alone. We need strong leaders to listen to our opinions and acknowledge what we have been fighting for. We should be able to go to school in person and feel success and joy again. So, I am asking you, what choice are you going to make? Are you going to take the easy way and do no fighting for us? Or will you be the leaders our society needs and stand up for what the majority is asking for? Please consider a different gating criteria specific to our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylee. So we've again reached our time limit. I believe. Yeah. So we're at that second time extension. I believe there are 2 cards left to be, were people 3? 3 cards left to be read. They weren't able to attend, but we will read them. Candy, I would ask that you read those. Read them, and then once those are read, we'll move on, if that's the will of the board. Okay, very good. Thank you.
So you want me to read these?
Correct, yes.
Okay, this one is from Kathy O'Shea. When schools shut down mid-March, daycares were asked to remain open. Some chose to close, but my center decided to remain open for essential workers. Our center has over 100 children in it, 29 teachers, and 1 janitor. Our staff was, of course, concerned about the risks of COVID-19. Initially, we were told to clean a lot and to spread the children out. We had no PPE. We did not wear masks or gloves. We did take temperatures, limit visitors into the building, and separate the children from other classes as much as possible. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment has added new regulations over the months. Now the teachers all wear masks, and so do the children ages 5 to 12, except for outside and at lunch. During the 5 months of this pandemic, we have not had one staff member or child test positive for COVID-19. Honestly, we have had hardly any sickness at all. In fact, according to the Johnson County Health Department conference on 7/30/20, there have only been a few positive cases in all Johnson County daycares in the last 5 months. Most of those were before masks were required. The health department has advised us that as long as the staff and children wear their masks and everyone washes or sanitizes their hands regularly, there is a very low chance of transmission. Over the last 3 months, almost all of our children have returned because their parents have returned to work. We currently have 22 elementary age children and 13 preschool children who start kindergarten in a few weeks. Normally, those kindergartners would not all remain at our center. If school doesn't start in the fall, they will all stay. This is a big problem for us as we don't have enough space available in our center for them to stay. Our center has no idea what to do with all the children who will need full-time care. We have discussed renting a nearby building and having it licensed to provide care for all children who need it if schools go remote or hybrid. The parents are, of course, frantic. They are asking us if we will be able to administer their children's remote learning like we administered the virtual learning in the spring. Remote learning is going to be much more involved, and we had to tell them we do not think we will be able to do it. I have listened to parents in tears telling me they did not know how they will pay for year-round full-time daycare, and they are likely going to have to quit their jobs to stay home and educate their children. Daycares will not close when the gating criteria reaches 15%. We will remain open with class sizes for elementary children that have more children than a typical elementary class. If it is deemed safe for us to stay open, I do not understand why elementary schools would not be safe to open also. One more paragraph. Many elementary children cannot stay home because their parents need to work. They are either going to cram into daycares or Y-care like they have been for months. Having schools go remote is not going to stop the risk of spread to elementary children. They will still be gathered together and their education will suffer. Members of our community are still going to be risking exposure to the virus to care for them. Kathy O'Shea, parent of a 7th grader at Spring Hill Middle School. Thank you. All right, this one is from Jessica Jazza, J-A-S-A. Due to conflict with our school's virtual back-to-school night this evening, I am unable to attend, but wanted to share my thoughts below with a board elected to represent my family. As a mom of 3 students at Prairie Creek Elementary, I would like to voice my request that our board and district look beyond the existing gating criteria as it relates decisions made for all of our district students for the upcoming school year. There are flaws with using only this data set. I encourage our board to consider other sources, including a recent presentation by our family's pediatrician, Dr. Christine White, at a recent Blue Valley school meeting that also addresses the need for children to be in school. My preference for our children to attend schools is not meant to take anything away from parents who are choosing at-home options. Parents are best positioned to decide what's best for their children and family. Our district has done a remarkable job to provide options for our parents to choose from. My family has been cautious with the virus and limits various activities. We also recognize the importance of social engagement and have made the decision to visit our neighborhood pools, gather with small groups of friends, and allow our children to participate in rec sports. We have done all of the above safely for months, families and children who attend our school. We believe the benefits of allowing children to attend school in person outweighs the risk. We are grateful to everyone going above and beyond to make our schools as safe as possible. Please consider additional data and resources as you make decisions that will guide all of our students. I would like our district to serve as a role model for others. In health and wellness, Jazz. Two down.
One remaining.
One more.
Thank you.
This is from Madeline Atchison. I sent the following letter to the board and Dr. Burke and Mr. Wilson. She will not be able to attend the meeting. So I am sending this email to voice my concerns. I'm a parent of an elementary student, and I am sick and tired of these children being overlooked because they can't get COVID. Yes, they are being overlooked because the main concern is high school and sports. Elementary students can get it. I have nieces and nephews come down with COVID. Let me read that sentence again. I have nieces and nephews that have only attended school for 2 weeks before they closed down because 45 students came down with COVID. This was in Oklahoma, but that's not the point. The point is 45 students in an elementary school came down with COVID. Is this a risk you're willing to take? Everyone talks about the mental well-being of our children, which I get, but you must think of the mental aspect of starting elementary back in person, then say 2 weeks later, we have to switch to remote and then switch back to in person. How will the flip-flopping of the children affect them mentally? We have a very small sliver of Miami County in this district. We also have more Johnson County and Olathe kids than we even do Miami County. So I feel it's important that we start the entire district online just to be safe and care about the health of every student and employee. If anything, we need to keep following the gating criteria, excuse me, like it was voted on, and we need to take COVID more seriously than the district is doing, because once again, the littles are being left behind, simply because the littles can't get it easy. Madeline Atchison.
Thank you, Candy. That does conclude all of the cards that we've received for public participation. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the consent agenda, consisting of approval of consent agenda items, which include approval of the minutes of the last stated meeting, the clerk's report, treasurer's report, payroll and claims, and personnel. Any questions, discussions, comments about the consent agenda?
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that the board approve the consent agenda.
Mr. President, this is Brent Hoffman. I second the motion.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion?
Ready?
Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Seeley,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
approved.
Thank you. Moving on to our action items. Action item 8.01 is approval of the budget. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, as you know that Doug Schwinn did a great job earlier tonight covering this. And at this point, the board is asked to approve the budget for the 2020-21 school year. If you have any questions, we'll stand for those questions.
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that the board approve the 2020-2021 school year budget.
It is moved to approve the budget, 2020-2021 budget. There, we do need a second.
This is Eric, a second.
Thank you, Eric. It's moved and seconded to approve the 2020-2021 budget. Any final discussion, comments, or questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll begin the vote with Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Seeley,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
approved.
Very good. Thank you. And thank you, Doug, for your usual diligence and detail and effort. Your whole team, I know, put a lot of work and energy into that. Moving on to our, moving on to our second agenda item is the Kansas Association of School Board policy changes. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, at the last meeting, we talked about the some changes that we wanted to make with their policies. The big aspect of this is policy AC, which is prohibition of discrimination, harassment, retaliation, and then the changes that are going to be made to the other policies based on that. I believe that we're going to delete GAAC, GAACA. I can't. We're going to delete JGEC, JGECA. And then one thing that we did is Greg Goheen, who's here tonight, so thanks for being here, Greg. We found a couple of changes that we needed to make into the KN complaints and the review. So Phil, if you could click on that one. KN has not changed that much, but we did rewrite it so that it would correspond closer to what AC had in it. The first couple of paragraphs, I believe, was
Dr.
the
Burke, excuse
yeah.
me. There's two KN complaints. There's a
the
Rev
KN
and a 2A.
complaints review, REV,
Thank you.
that one. Thank you. Or I'm sorry, I used the word review. That should have been revised.
One second, it's taking a second.
And we'll need to go all the way down. Basically, we took KN and Greg rewrote it. And let's stop right there. The first 4 paragraphs is just in alignment to make sure that we are clean with our policies. And Greg, you might want to comment on this, but it was probably, as my understanding when we talked, we wanted to make sure that we're consistent throughout our other policies. And so Some of these things we had to have some specific deadlines on, and we did add some dates with that. Greg, you want to go ahead and share the rest of this?
I can try to. Can you guys hear me okay? So basically, the issue here is in adopting AC, we moved all of the discrimination policies into one policy so that we would have consistency in terms of how those discrimination policies were handled. The corresponding change to KN was to add specific language dealing with discrimination complaints and how those would be handled. And all of that is based upon the compliance with the new Title IX regulations. When we did that, and this is the difference between what you had for the first read and what we changed actually earlier today, these first 3 or 4 paragraphs are designed to deal with any leftover complaints that the district might receive that do not fall within the discrimination complaint process. We had inadvertently deleted those entirely, and we just needed to put something in. So if the district gets a complaint, it's not discrimination based on race, age, gender, whatever, you still had a mechanism to deal with that complaint in your policy. So that's all this is.
So primarily, we wanted to clean that up. With that, we'll stand for any questions.
Any questions on policies for Mr. Goheen, Dr. Burke, or Mr. Williams?
Mr. President, Jason Windle, I move that the board approve the addition of policy AC, prohibition of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, and changes in policy GAAB and policy KN, along with the deletion, and I want to put archive as well, of policy GAAC, GAACA, JGEC, JGECA.
This is Sharon Mitchell. I'll second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the Kansas Association of School Board policy changes and creation as noted. Any discussion or questions or comments? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Woodbolt,
Yes.
approved.
Very good. Thank you. Moving on to discussion items. 9.01 easement for a roundabout at 119th Street and Ridgeview Road. Dr. Burke?
As some of you remember, we have been talking to the city about a roundabout right there off of 199th Street and Ridgeview. Those who've been around for a while remember that we actually brought this to you maybe a year and a half ago. And we knew that at some point that the city of Spring Hill would want a right-of-way. Right there is the footage. With that being in mind, this is kind of one of those we really can't do much about it type things. We do need that roundabout. I know that we talked about this a couple of years ago that we thought it might be in place for the start of the 2018-2019 school year, but I believe there were some other delays. So this is still the same piece of property. I'm going to see if Phil has anything else that he wants to add, but it's the same part of the right-of-way that we discussed a few years ago.
No, it's just that intersection at 199th and Ridgeview. It's kind of down there in the southwest corner of the high school property. Very little impact on our site.
Do we have a definite time frame on when this is going to happen?
I don't want to say anything negative. When this was brought up, I asked, did they need this immediately? And they were telling me that we had plenty of time. I don't know if they are looking a couple months ahead or more than that or not. No, we don't have a definite
Don't
amount
know.
of time.
Okay.
Mrs. Mitchell, one of the things that they have to get right away from all four corners. Some property owners may not be as amenable to the process, and so that's kind of unknown. Until they have all those secured, it's really difficult to have a construction timeline.
Thanks for the clarification.
Phil, we're not going to have to move any fences or anything with this. It's just going to be off of the fence, or not even really that close to the fence, is it?
I believe the fence is shown. It may not be in this one. It's in one of the other drawings, but no, we're fine.
Okay.
I started to say we have quite a few feet away from where they're going to be cutting into and away from the fence.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have to cut the fence and allow for more footage there.
It's something like 180 square feet off of that corner is all it is, from my understanding.
That's correct.
Any other questions on easement for roundabout at 199th and Ridgeview Road? Okay, moving on to the reopening update, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Brad Wilson. He's got a few things he wants to discuss with you with the gating criteria color code designation. We'll also talk about some nutrition services update, activities update, and then I think I have some additional information on transportation that I'll share. So, Brad.
Thank you. First thing I'm going to do is start with our updates from the reopening plan, which is what I always do. And very few changes. Starting on page 22, under administrative recommendations, it says activities and athletics will not follow the gating criteria. So that was one change we made from the last time. The last time we did have the gating criteria in there, so that is not a change. If you go on the next page to 23, we deleted a sentence basically just said practices, competitions, and performances will be canceled during temporary school closures. So we have deleted that as well. And that just meets the board's decision not to follow the gating criteria for athletics. One small change to the gating criteria, which is in Appendix C. I'm going to beat Phil to it, hopefully. And that is, we added the statement that the Spring Hill School District is not following Johnson County Department of Health and Environment guidance regarding recommendations for athletics and activities. And with that, I deleted the footnote regarding high-risk activities, as it didn't really apply. And to be honest, that was for space.
Bill, I believe it's a little bit lower than that.
There it is. So then I was asked to discuss what does red mean for our district. Currently we are in red. That is the place that we were recommended to start the school year in. As most of you know, for secondary, middle school and high school, that means that they're in full remote learning, basically no group interaction. It is possible, depending on IEP meetings and the decisions of IEP teams, that there may be some IEP students that spend some time on site, and that'll be all dictated by their IEP. For elementary, they're still in red on site, and I believe today's update from the county had us at 10.4 for a positivity rate. So right now we're not even close to elementary being in black, which would be 15% or higher. Elementary is on site. They are strictly in stable cohort groups. Physical distancing when they are outside, physical distancing when they are inside, except during in-class instruction. There's an exception for that. And again, that's the governor's guidance. We are restricting interaction between stable groups. So that really should not happen unless there really is a specific need for that. Students should have their own supplies and they should not be sharing supplies with other students. Buildings will sanitize materials daily. Students should stay in class and the teachers should rotate to those students unless for some reason it is safer to move the students. And that some buildings have to make that decision on an individual basis. There are no visitors or volunteers in any classroom. The administrator or nurse should go to the classroom to attend to student issues and not send students to the office. If the district were to enter the black area of the gating criteria, then secondary and elementary will be in full remote learning. And the elementary schedule in that case would be similar to the optional remote learning that was scheduled that was shared. In remote learning, the district will do whatever it can to help students who do not have internet access. We have the ability to decrease the internet bandwidth necessary to participate in class. Also, you can actually phone in as an option as well for Zoom. A last resort would be to completely go to asynchronous sets of assignments for the student, but we don't anticipate that being a need, but we have prepared for it. If a student is on site and must be isolated at home, the classroom teacher that student already had will provide remote learning during that isolation period. If necessary, maybe for an extended isolation, a student could be switched to optional remote learning. RSP, which most of you know, Rob Schwartz does projections. He projected us to have 3,583 K-12 students this year. We will increase actually just 110 students because we had a small senior class leave and a large kindergarten class, which is not extremely large for normal, but through that difference, it's 110 students increase in our district. Personally, and I don't really know what our actual student population would have been if we wouldn't be dealing with COVID. But I figure a more realistic projection might be an addition of 220 students, which we have several times increased more than double what our difference is through the change in senior class to kindergarten. We have for years graduated more student or less students than what come in kindergarten. That would be a projection of 3,439. Here's what we know. On site, we have 2,917 students. And when I say on site, they might be remote when we're in orange or red or black. We have 383 students who have chosen optional remote learning. We have 85 students that either already have been processed or are being processed by Insight or Kansas Virtual Academy as new students coming from Spring Hill School District. That leaves, depending on which projection you look at, somewhere between 54 and 198 students unaccounted for. These could be in homeschool, they could be in another virtual school, they could be in another district, or the fact is we just may have projections that are too high and they just may be lower growth than what was expected of the district. Just information, I thought people would be interested as we move into this next segment.
Mr. Wilson, I missed the number that you said for Insight new students that came from Spring Hill.
That would be 85.
85. Thank you.
They already had 7 students and there should be 85 more students from Spring Hill this year.
Just to confirm, you said on-site or in-person enrollment was 2917 and
Yes.
optional remote learning, did I get this right? 383.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. For a total of enrolled outside of Insight. That's right at 3,300.
I think exactly, if I remember right.
Yeah. Looks like it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Could you say again, just so we make sure we understand, if a student is sent home and then has to learn from home, so if we are in person and now they have been quarantined or something for some reason, can you say that again, please?
Yeah. So let's just say under our condition right now, a student is maybe exposed and asked to be isolated. So they go home. Their current teacher in their current classroom would provide work for them while they're at home. Check in on them, those types of things. By request, we might be able to move that child to optional remote learning if we thought it was going to be extended. But right now, teachers thought it would be nice to continue to have the student with the teacher that they knew.
I've got a question on the gating criteria. How often can that change? Every 2 weeks?
Well, right now, the gating criteria does not change at all.
I mean the level.
I'm going to defer that to Dr. Burke. Essentially, the data is there continually, but we know that switching back and forth very frequently would not be beneficial.
What we did is we asked the Johnson County Department of Health and Environment to designate a day every 2 weeks to let us know what color it is. So on the 17th, they designated it as red. The next time that they would designate again would, I believe, the 31st. And so the reason that we were asking for that amount of time is so that we could prepare in case there's changes.
I agree. I just, I heard tonight several times, and I'm not arguing for any changes. I'm just making an observation that we want clear direction, consistency. We don't want to pivot, was kind of the word of the night. But yet the gating criteria is set up for that. Every 2 weeks, we could get a different color. So just an observation.
Any other questions or comments on the reopening plan changes?
We have a couple of other things with the reopening.
Then please.
I'm going to let JC Dalton come up and talk. First of all, you don't see JC very often because she usually shows up at about 5 in the morning, so we don't really make her come to board meetings. And, last spring, I believe, I'm going to let you tell them, but how many meals did you serve?
That's what I'm gonna start out with. That's what I have. I did. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I will keep it short. The meals served in the last 2 weeks. Oh, okay. The meals served in the last 2 weeks was 10,826, and that was just 4 distribution days. And then since we started Grab and Go towards the end of March, we served 123,116 meals, which I thought was quite awesome for our staff to do.
It's amazing.
I want to go ahead and move on with the official start of school, what that's going to change according to the USDA regulations. We are required that once school is officially in session, which is Wednesday, we need to follow the National School Lunch Program, breakfast and lunch criteria. So we will have to charge meals by pay or benefit status, paid free or reduced. And we will have different components we'll be required to serve on a weekly basis at each grade level. And there's different documentation as well. That will start Wednesday. Some of the plans that we have right now for meal options, our K-5 kiddos are in class, that will be normal. We've made lots of changes. We will prepackage garden bar items. We have different vegetables we'll serve each day to make sure we meet the components. And then our kids will come through and get their meals. There won't be many touch points, and they'll go back to class and eat. They will not use keypads. We will mark them down on a sheet and then put them into Skyward, or do that when they're coming through. And then as far as our secondary goes, we have a meal sign up or registration for any child that wants to purchase meals through us. And we will have a meal pickup on the first day of that week. This week would be Wednesday for 3 days. Next week would be Monday for 5 days. And the following week is Tuesday for 4 days. and they would come to the high school between 12 and 1 and pick those pre-registered meals up. They have to pre-register because we have to document by student name. And then of course we have to plan how much food to bring in and then how much we need to prepare because we don't want to have to have food waste. If we go to a hybrid model, we've got different meal pickup for students attending on Tuesdays and Fridays, plus our optional remote learners. They will do meal pickup on Mondays from 12 to 1 at the high school as well, the back. And then on Tuesdays, we'll have kids picking up for Monday, Thursday attendance from 12 to 1. We will work with families. We've had a couple call that say, I work in the school district. We can't get there if we register for meals. Can we swing by the high school and pick those up at 3:30 or 4? And we will work with those families if they want to register. When I checked today, we had 10 families signed up so far for meal pickup next week. A question that was posed to me was what the meal cost would be if it was covered by an outside source. If we had 100 paid students plus 100 reduced students sign up for meals for 1 week, it would be a little over $2,700 for someone to pay for that week's meals. And one last thing I want to touch on was our current free and reduced percentage in the district. I know that's a big concern right now with the way the economy is. Ours is actually down just a tiny bit. It's down 0.2%. So our free students this school year are at 10.5%. Last year we were at 11.2%. And our reduced is slightly up at 4.5%. And last year it was at 4%. We have less students on direct certification or on food assistance. Those are slowly coming in, but right now we're at a lower level than we were at this time last school year. Can I answer any questions for anybody?
I wonder if that is down because of the 383 and 85 plus 85 for Insight and optional remote. I mean, that's a good percentage.
Well,
yeah.
They may not have applied,
Right.
but we did count all
Sure.
enrolled students.
Sure.
So that would include our remote learners.
I just mean it might have changed their decision to apply for that if they're staying home.
Absolutely.
Thank you though. You guys have done an amazing amount of work and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
JC, I just want to clarify, just in case somebody missed it, whether we're in remote, hybrid, or in person, you're still planning to provide meals, correct?
Yes.
So I just wanted to clarify it. So if a middle school student right now wants a meal, they have to come to the high school to get it?
If any remote learners or optional learners, they would need to pick up at the high school. And the reason we did that is my assistant and I are here and we can manage that. We've got staff that's working and doing other things, even in the secondary level. And if we go back to school or hybrid, the high school staff is going to have to feed these kids. And then Glenn and I can take care of feeding the remote students.
Right. I guess one of my concerns would be, I have a concern overall for the middle school kids, especially those 6th graders, 7th graders that are home by themselves. And maybe it's not a problem. If you're going to work out some things for parents if they ask, but I'm just not sure how they would get somewhere to actually get a meal.
Right. Good point.
So maybe that's something that you work out on an individual basis and that's been communicated. I don't have kids at that level, so I don't know what's.
Yeah, and I would like to say it's very fluid, just like with everything going on right now. We will definitely make changes as are necessary. And I don't think until we get into it, we're going to know for sure. Like I said, we only have 10 families currently signed up. I think it was 12 children to get meals for next week. Or this week, excuse me.
And to clarify, it has to be the family that picks it up.
No, it can be a guardian, it can be a friend, as long as they can show us the email response that shows they are signed up and we can mark those kids because we are going to charge the account. Okay. And they can pick up those meals. It can be a sibling as well.
But it has to be within their family group. Someone couldn't volunteer to go and deliver these.
It could be a neighbor.
It could be. Okay, so that could be a possible solution.
We would like to have the email response so we know who's picking up for them.
Sure, but maybe we can, I know a lot of people feel like food insecurity is a community issue, and I agree it is. I don't know if right in the middle of it is the time to solve it, but at least that's maybe a possible solution. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Right, and the good thing is they're picking up for the whole week. They're not just picking up day by day by day, it's for the whole week. So I just have to pick up one time for the whole week.
Correct.
Any more questions for JC Dalton? Okay. Thanks,
Thank you.
JC. The next person I asked is Gary Howard. He is the Spring Hill High School AD, and he's going to share with you some activities.
Good evening. Before I start, let me just give you a little background. The Frontier League has 9 teams in it, 9 schools, and I believe they're represented from 6 different counties. So when we went through and started doing some of our discussions about do we want to restrict events and things like that, we met probably 3 or 4 times, and there's some pretty heated discussions because everybody was very passionate about their own schools and wanted the best for their schools. And so with that, I'm going to go through this a little bit, and you guys can, I don't know if you want to pull that up, Dr. Burke, or not, but league passes for administrators, school board members, I believe will be done by the end of the week or the first of next week, and Pale is doing that, and they're reducing those quite a bit. I think each school is going to get 25 passes this year, so you guys will be getting yours here soon. What we decided or discussed that each athlete would get 4 tickets. With those tickets, they can give them to their parents, or if they decide if they're not going to a game, they could give them to friends, whatever they wanted to do. But when they went to a game, they would present the ticket. They would still have to pay to get in. We would have somebody there with a roster and making tallies to make sure that we have enough tallies for each player. That's how we'll keep track of how many or who's using the tickets. You will keep that player or their parents would keep those tickets throughout the year. Okay. And this would just be for Frontier League games only. This Friday, we play Mill Valley in volleyball. And right now in volleyball, we're not going to put any restrictions on just because we have so many bleachers that I think that we can spread out the spectators when they come in. But anyway, for football, I'll go back to football real quick, and then I'll break it down what we're going to do for each sport. But schools have the authority to decrease the number of tickets because each venue, each school has a limited number that they have for visitors. For example, here we could probably get about 200 spectators in on the visitor side for football. And that's with, I went out and measured 4 feet for 4 family members and then 6 feet for social distancing. And so that's where I came up with about 180 in our bleachers. And if you throw in another 25 to 40 standing room only, we can probably get over about 200 for our visitors. On the home side, I did the same thing, and we could probably get close to around 650, 600 to 680 seats on the home side. So I'm hoping that with the players, and just say you have a roster of 45 players and you give them 4 tickets, it's about 180. You have cheerleaders, you have a dance. I don't believe the band will perform. So those are the kids that we will give tickets to. And then we're also trying to work on, and we haven't decided this yet, is to get a student section, because I know how important it is for students to be connected and involved with those things. So we're still looking at getting students involved with it. So right now with football, we have restrictions at our place. When we go to Lewisburg next Friday, they're going to tell me how many tickets we can use for football. And then I will tell our coaches, I'll try to communicate that with the football community about, hey, you only might be able to use 2 tickets tonight. So be prepared when you go on the road. Fortunately, this year right now, Bonner Springs and Piper cannot host any games. So those games are going to come here. So 6 of the 8 games will be home games. The only other game that we will have to travel to in football will be DeSoto. And so I will get with DeSoto and find out how many tickets that we can use. But again, that's not a Frontier League school, so they have different restrictions that we'll have to go by when we go to their school. For soccer and volleyball, right now, we are not going to put in a restriction. This Friday in soccer, we host Piper, and I'm just going to watch and just make sure that, see if we can have enough room. I've asked the JV team and parents, when you're finished with your game, if you would please clear the stands and make room for the varsity. And I know that's kind of flip-flop from what we usually tell people to do, is stick around and support the varsity. But we're going to ask them, after your game is over, please leave the complex so we have room for that. We'll do the same thing for volleyball. So right now at Spring Hill, I'm just only looking to do that for football. Just to give you a little bit of background in what's going on with our scheduling right now is you guys know that a lot of schools that we're playing, they're on pause for 2 weeks. So that's causing some disruption with our volleyball schedule. This thing keeps getting back. We're losing a lot of sub-varsity competition. Soccer lost a game today with Gardner because they're not being able to play. So we are losing a lot of competitions as we continue to go through this. And then on the other one here, these are just things that we're going to be doing for our teams. One for sure that we will do is, before every student gets on the bus to go to an away game, they will have their temperatures taken and they will have a roster. That way that we protect not only the kids on our bus and our team, but also the opposing team. And just for example, for soccer, we'll take 2 buses. We'll take a JV bus, and then we'll take a varsity bus about 30 minutes later. So we're trying to separate the kids as much as we can. We'll do the same thing with cross country. Football, do the same thing, and also volleyball. So hope that makes some kind of sense. And if I'll take any questions that you might have.
I was just curious if you could give us sorry, I'm talking over here. You can't
Okay.
see us. If you have any updates on any of like the co-curricular activities that don't necessarily have the out of school competitions and things. I know a lot of things have been canceled.
I know band has. I've visited with Dan, and he's still trying to figure out a way that we can do something with football games and incorporate that. He's just not sure how that's going to work. I know a lot of the other schools in the league, they're not doing bands either. With the plays, debate, they're going to do a virtual. Scholar Bowl, they're still talking about doing a virtual Scholar Bowl competitions now. That's all I have for that.
So I've got a couple of questions. First of all, that was a lot of math for you to do out there at the stadium.
Tim Shea helped me.
Thank you. I know you guys I've talked to you about this, and I know how much work has gone into this, and it is greatly appreciated by all of the students and parents and all of us too. Thank you. Okay, so 4 tickets per athlete. When we say athlete, just want to make sure we're clear. We're talking about, if it's football, we're talking about football players as well as dance and cheer.
That is correct. And great question, because what we'll do is the only kids that'll get a ticket for a varsity football game are the kids on that roster. So only rostered players. So if we have a player that is hurt, he's not going to get a ticket unless they tell us that we can have more tickets to wherever we're going, and then they would be able to use a ticket. But they would only be rostered.
Okay. And that goes so
the same thing with cheerleaders, and same thing with drill team, dance team, and the color guard.
Okay, gotcha. And then with band, you said they are going to play at the games or not? They're not.
Right now they are not. We've talked about just having them come in and maybe play the national anthem, or even do some type of a halftime performance. And so it's not completely ruled out, but it's going to be difficult to do. I've been talking with Dan about that.
And they would get 4 tickets as well. Is that
Band would not. Band would not
okay?
Because they're not coming in to play.
Okay. Okay. And then I'm happy to hear you're working on the student part. I know how important it is to them as well. And then just a reminder for everyone listening, we have Spring Hill Sports Live. And will they be broadcasting our away games as well?
Yeah, I talked with BJ Harris this morning, and he will be doing all the football games. There's going to be a select number of volleyball and soccer games.
Okay, thank you. And then this is not exactly your level, but just about sports. To clarify, for our middle school level, they will be bused to, they're going to pick them up. Like, for instance, I'll use my own child. He's 7th grade football player. The bus is going to pick him up at 3:30 or whatever to go to practice. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's something we were going to talk about here in a minute. But
Oh, I'm
yes.
sorry. I'm jumping. Okay.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you, Gary.
Any more
Gary.
questions for Gary?
Yeah, this is Brent. You may have mentioned it and I missed it. I'm sorry. Did you mention theater?
You mentioned what?
Theater.
Yes. Yeah, we don't have anything. I don't have any updates on that yet.
Okay.
We've not canceled anything.
No.
So that'd be the best way to say it.
Okay.
We're still planning on having the play, the musical. Hopefully we get to green and that we can host all those things.
I hope so. One other thing, you mentioned students at some of these games. How would you allocate tickets for that?
Good question. For varsity football, you know, I haven't even talked with Mr. Williams about it. I think I've talked a little bit with Dr. Burke about it, but we have not decided on how that would look and even how many students. I would imagine that if we do something like that, the students would have to continue wearing their mask at all time, whether they're, we'd probably have to put so many on a bench and then skip a bench and then have them up at another one. And I haven't figured out how many students that we can fit on there and then can also stay under our limit. But if we can do that, absolutely, I think that's important. I know Dr. Burke he knows that's important too for the kids. So we're going to try to do what we can. For soccer, for volleyball, it's whatever the kids can be in there. Because once they come in to the gym, all the spectators will get their temperatures checked, and they will also have to wear their masks, and they will have sanitizers on the table because that's the executive order from the governor to do. So we'll continue doing that. We'll follow all the CASA guidelines that CASA has given us. And so we'll try to do our best to keep everybody safe and have a great spot for people to be able to come and participate and have a good time.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Brent reminded me of something with football. We're just talking varsity that's limited, right? For what about the other levels of?
That is correct. And the only other thing that we'll probably do maybe a little bit different for sub-varsity games is we'll have somebody sitting at the ticket booth and just checking off the kids' name as they come in. I don't think that we will have a restriction limit at all for sub-varsity games. Last year, in looking at the stadium and games were going on, I don't think that as long as we ask people to social distance a little bit, and as long as they keep their mask on, that I think we'll be fine.
So in their family group, they will still keep their mask on outside. Is that the expectation?
If they're in their family group, I don't believe that they have to. I don't think that is.
If they're outside. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying.
And so I get to go last, and Allie, you opened it up perfect for me, so thank you. Basically, one of the things that kind of gave us one of those aha moments is when we're in hybrid or in remote, and then we still have athletes coming, we realize that we have middle school kids that have a hard time getting to school. And so we reached over, and then we do have high school kids that are not drivers yet. So what we did is we reached out to Apple Bus and asked them to help us with this. And I, first of all, I want to thank Karen Boydston from Apple Bus for just immediately jumping on this. I believe we have 75 kids that would be signing up to ride. And so I believe they have 6 different buses. So you divide 75 kids over 6. It's not as bad. We'll still have to have the kids on the bus. They'll have to wear a mask, and we're not going to be able to social distance, but we wouldn't be able to do that anyway on a regular bus route. Those routes will run from different times. I know that I talked to Mr. Williams, Mr. Sprague, and Mr. Gertson about what that's going to look like and what time that we can pick up those kids. Some may have to be as early as 3, and then some may not be as late until 3:30, 3:45. But the bus would, and this is for normal bus riders. So a student who rides the bus anyway, we would swing by, pick them up, we'd bring them to school and drop them off just like we would in the morning before school starts. If it's a person that doesn't ride the bus normally, then they'll need to get hold of Apple Bus. And if they're more than 2.5 miles, there's no cost. If there is, then they're a rider. So, but I do want to appreciate Apple Bus that has worked that up so that we can make sure that those kids get to practices and games. You made a good, you asked a good question about what time they would pick them up. Depending on the game day, it may have to be much earlier. And so it just kind of depends. They'll have to do a lot of communication with the coaches and the parents and the drivers as to when we would pick up kids. If we're going all the way to Eudora, we're probably going to leave pretty early. If we're planning to going over to Pale, probably don't need to leave as early. So a lot depends on how far we're traveling. Bonner Springs is going to be pretty early travel for if we were to play them in middle school. So the other thing I know that Gary has gotten a lot of questions, like if we get cancellation from a game, are they going to try to find other games? He will, but just remember it's pretty limited out there to who's available to play. So they haven't given up, but it's not a lot of school districts out there are still playing sports right now. So give him a credit. He has done a lot of work with this, and we're going to try our best to make sure that we play every game and activity that we can, and pretty excited about being able to move forward.
I just have a quick question. With the Frontier League, how many teams are not playing?
I thought it was most, right?
Well, the question is a little different. I'm going to give you a different answer than what you're asking. So right now in Wyandotte County, Bonner Springs and Piper can't play at home.
Right.
So they're going to play at our place. So that is, that's why I'm saying it's a little different than what you're asking. I don't know that anybody in the Frontier League's been completely canceled. But I do know that I think Gary brought up our volleyball team plays a lot of 5A schools, and a lot of 5A schools, whether it's Blue Valley, Olathe, or Shawnee Mission, all those that are not open right now. So again, that's going to change what some tournaments look like.
And then on the middle school side, I'm assuming it's affected a lot because it's all those Gardner schools.
When you lost Gardner, we lost 3 middle schools that are in the league.
Right.
And then we don't play everybody that's in our high school league is not the same people in our middle school league.
Okay.
So they took a bigger hit on the availability of teams than the high school did.
So just to clarify, the busing for middle school sports begins Wednesday.
That's correct.
And so
if there's a parent listening out there and their child normally rides the bus and they've not had a conversation with Apple Bus, they need to call them quick so that we can get them picked up.
Just from my own experience, I know we've heard from our bus driver for school, for elementary, but not yet from that, so we can all reach out.
I will talk to Karen first thing in the morning.
I've got another question on reopening update. I heard a lot of comments tonight and in the past on the concerns with remote learning, and I just wanted to kind of see how we're planning to be successful with that. What's kind of changed and what are we doing? And we've got a little bit of detail in the opening plan, but not a lot.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Wilson to give you some specifics then.
Okay.
Yep, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to start from the high school and move down to middle school. In the high school, what's happening with optional remote learning? Phil and his team have worked out to provide microphones and cameras in most of our classrooms that we're able to have enough students in. And that will take a picture of take video of the teacher as well as sound. There will be the student actually remoted in. The teacher will be able to see the student will be able to see the teacher, and they can communicate and be part of the regular classroom just like they normally would, except for obviously they'll be sitting at home and they'll have a virtual presence in the classroom. That happens with most of the core classrooms, as well as several of the either electives or things that are more popular. There are going to be some classrooms that we're going to have to do virtual asynchronous, anything from videos to using Edgenuity to help supplement those core classes. Questions about high school?
This was for is that for when we go full remote as we're starting, or?
That is optional remote. When we go full remote, that same technology can be used where the teacher would then be able to have their video of their teaching be beamed back to the students in the house. I don't know, Phil may be able to answer this. I don't know if the bandwidth is good enough that we can have each of those students in the classroom and be able to be interactive. But I think we have that ability to be interactive if everybody is on virtual as well.
If I understand, if I understand right from the email today, that they'll be every other day though, right? For
Yes,
high
we're
school.
only doing block. So it'll be a block schedule for our full remote. Sorry, I started with optional remote, but it'll be our optional remote will be the same as a full remote starting off. And that'll be a block schedule. So they will have time to see their teacher live. They'll have time to get help from their teacher, and they'll have some time to just work on assignments. I don't think many teachers are going to ask their class to be online for 90 minutes straight.
But they will have a time, like your class starts at this time, everybody logs in, they take attendance.
Yep. And that is a requirement of the state for us to get credit and thus funding for each of those students that are in remote learning. They have to log on, they have to have their attendance taken, and I think we're taking attendance multiple times through the hour, at least at the beginning and the end of the class.
So you had mentioned that kids could maybe call in if they don't have internet. So guess I'm just thinking, is that a total nightmare for the teacher if they take roll and they have 5 kids missing? Then what do they do?
Well, if they call in, as you know, in the Zoom, there's phone numbers that they can call in on. They would still be able to interact just like the students with the video. They won't see them, but they can still hear them. They can still talk to them, and they can interact with them. They can still ask questions, that type of thing.
And maybe this is too detailed of a question, but I'm just thinking, what if kids don't show up? Then do you have to try to get a hold of them? And
definitely, because first and foremost, we want kids to be educated. There needs to be an accountability for those kids to be actively engaged in their class as well as turning in assignments. But the second part of that is if those children don't show up, now we still have truancy, we still have the same laws we get to abide by, and I think the district attorney will help us enforce those. But we also need to make sure that students are accounted for, because if we don't, the funding for next year will fall off a cliff. And that would probably make Doug a little bit nervous. So we're going to do our very best to keep track of every single kid. And it's going to be a lot of work, but those teachers know that they have to have their kids be in attendance. It'll be similar as if a kid didn't show up for class, we'd track them down, but this is a little more difficult tracking down process. So moving on to middle school. Middle school will have, and I'm going to go in optional remote learning. If we were on site, they're going to have teachers assigned specifically to students in core areas, and then they're going to supplement their electives with Edgenuity. they are going to have face-to-face contact every day with not only those 4 teachers, but an additional teacher that will do check-in to make sure they're up on their Edgenuity and those types of courses. When they go to full remote, essentially they are going to be working on the Google Classroom of the teacher. There's going to be live instruction. There may be like a flipped classroom where they get instruction that is a video, and then they'll actually do the face-to-face help through live Zoom. And teachers have some flexibility of how they set up their classroom. So I can't tell you exactly what each classroom is going to look like, but they are going to have a similar setup to the high school, that they're going to have block scheduling. They're going to go every other day as well. And principals, if I botch something up, correct me.
And then or when we get to 15% elementary, all remote or all online, will it be
Yes.
like a live classroom?
It will be very similar to right now what the optional remote is. It will have a similar type of schedule. It will be quite a bit of live time. So in our optional remote right now, they're doing a segment that is, and it's a fairly short segment that's going to be whole class instruction. They're going to do then a lot of rotations and centers like they do now in school. And I will say they have tried to model the best instructional practice that they have live and tried to simulate that in a virtual environment. So then they'll move to what we would call centers. Part of those centers is small group time. So the teacher is meeting with maybe 4 students in a virtual setting, help them on the skills that they need, doing direct instruction in that situation as well. But while other students are in different designed activities, and then they will rotate frequently through that, giving the teacher a chance to see every student and help the students specifically on the skills that they need addressed. It was difficult for teachers. They can do some whole group instruction, but a lot of the best practice that they do is in the small groups so that they can differentiate their instruction per the kids' needs. And so they've arranged a schedule that does that for each of the courses, and then has special teachers creating assignments that actually with Seesaw, the learning management system, it populates the same page that the kids are using for school and their assignments. Their specials teachers can populate that exact same page for the kids. That may not give a great picture, but it gets pretty complicated to get to the details. If you can't see what some of these things look like, it makes it a little easier.
Does anybody else have anything about the reopening plan? I do have some thoughts. I want to make sure we recognize all the speakers that were here today, but I don't want to take anyone else's time.
I just wanted a quick follow-up on, I kind of get how we're doing that. How do we know we're successful? Is there any-
We would do it anyway, but one of the requirements from the state is that students are taking the same assessments they would if they would have been on site. So we'll still take MAP, we'll still take DIBELS, we'll still take our dyslexia screeners, we'll still take state assessment. In addition to, we'll take all the same assessments that are embedded in the curriculum anyway.
So they'll test like their regular tests online, but then they'll also have their assessments if we're online.
Yes.
That's a whole new way to test, right? Just an end of chapter test from home. But.
Yep. They'll be doing both those types of end of chapter or end of unit type of assessments, but they'll also be doing MAP, which is what they do typically 3 times a year. MAP is set up so that they can do that at home as well. And our teachers have learned some best practices of how do you monitor a kid taking a test through a Zoom.
Right. I mean, that would be very easy to just look up all of your answers right if you're home. It's not really testing like we do in school. But.
Actually, my college kids this year did a lot of that, and they got pretty good at monitoring it, I think, but it's difficult. I feel for the teachers of having that extra stress of all that for sure.
So we talk about the challenges, but we talk about the opportunities. So if you think about assessment in what can you assess that kids can't look up the answer? Well, those are types of things that are critical thinking, problem solving, finding novel solutions to a situation instead of testing purely rote knowledge, because you're right. Information, simple and free to find. You can Google the world and find information. Information used to be the currency, and now it is cheap. So the thing that is valuable is that ability to think and process and really that executive decision making. And so now teachers are going to have to switch the way they assess students to really measure that, because that's a type of thinking and learning that you really can't just look up online. So this is an opportunity as well as a challenge. I'm not going to try to demean the fact that this is going to be challenging for teachers to try to do. But if we get really good at it, we're going to be better overall.
And how about SPED students when they have para support? How would they test? How does that look?
I don't know exactly. That's going to happen individually based on the student and their IEP, but certainly a para can remote in with that student if they need to, whether it's read to the student or do something like that. We can arrange for that the best possible. There may even be situations where students who are on IEPs may have opportunities to come to the school as needed. That's all based on IEPs, so I can't really answer that specifically.
There might also be some benefits for the student that gets nervous at test time or just anxiety. They can find their happy place at home and maybe do a little better.
Yep.
Well, I think it's a really good point, and is in our mindset of to look for the opportunities. This is a massive change, and we need to think about the positives of the change and not just the negatives. There will be challenges. It will be a lot more difficult, but in the end, when we come through the other side of this, which we will, I think we'll have a new paradigm on education, and I think it will be better. We may not see it right now, but just because of the difficulties, but it's there. The opportunities are there. The positives are there. We just need to put energy into finding them.
Yeah, Doug, the one thing I'm convinced at is that teachers are phenomenal learners, and so they're going to learn through this process.
That's exactly right, and we have some of the best.
One of the things that I wanted to be sure and say was that I appreciated Doug starting out the meeting, recognizing how much work our teachers and administrators, everyone has done into literally learning a whole new way to do education in a very short time period. Would also like to recognize that even in the spring, the students and the parents also put quite a bit of effort into learning how to be educated, right? So I think that's worthy of saying. But I really was quite upset this past week to think that the teachers, I want to apologize to the teachers if anyone ever thought that we would come here on a Monday night and change courses at all before Wednesday, like 36 hours later. I don't know who told them that or how that rumor got started, that we would change courses, but I want to assure them that I can't imagine any of us ever asking anything like that. That was the stress that must have caused. I want to recognize that and just reassure that would, in my opinion, I can't speak for everybody, but that would never happen. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't think anybody would disagree. I think it was probably just almost debilitating for them from what I've heard when I talked to quite a few of them, just the whole idea of that. I do want to recognize how amazing it was. I know we had over an hour and a half of speakers, including students, and for them to be that brave to come and speak in front of us, it's not easy, and it isn't at all. I mean, I even get a little nervous still. So they They're amazing. And thank you to the parents and all of the teachers that we're speaking to. I do need to say that I feel like we would be remiss if we didn't recognize some of the things that they said, starting with,
Ellie,
yeah.
we were all here.
Yeah.
We all took notes. I noted that. A complete review of that. I'm
not going to review it.
I see the.
No, I'm not going to review it, but just so everyone understands, this is my only opportunity, our only opportunity as a board to speak together, right? I can't, it's called a quorum if I email all of you outside of this. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be a discussion item on the agenda is where we would discuss it.
Right. So that's what I've got, just some things that I wanted to make sure and get across in the open forum. I do think that our vote was a little premature last week. I'm not asking for a change. I'm not saying we want to change anything in the immediacy, but I do think that it needs to be recognized that we were voting on something and then we had to give direction. I totally understand that. And as Joanne had said, we wouldn't want to make a rush decision, but then later that week, the Kansas State Board of Education criteria came out. We didn't have that information yet. We didn't have the information from the county saying that they would like for us to be the decision makers, that they didn't, I believe Commissioner Klicka's words were, they didn't want us to take it as the Bible or gospel, I think he said, and that like it or not, they wanted the school boards to make the decisions and not hang our hat on the county health department information. So I do feel like some of our vote was premature. Tonight, I just want to recognize they left, but I want all of you to know his name. He was sitting in the back. Mr. Geider was here. He works for the Johnson County works for Johnson County and works on the dashboard. And he has been a fantastic resource to try to understand the gating criteria and what's on the dashboard, and how Dr. Ariola had said that they are not putting everything that's out on the dashboard. I know that Megan Foreman has been under fire this week for saying it was dirty data. And I think that that's because it doesn't match. She's the epidemiologist with Dr. Ariola. It doesn't match what's on the KDSC website, which KDSC put together guidelines with the Kansas Board of Education. I mean, it's a difference between KDSC and Johnson County dashboard by 25,428 different tests. This drastically affects what level we're in gating criteria. I just do not think that it can be ignored. And I think going forward, I'm not saying let's change everything, because we can't do that. We can't do that to teachers, parents, everybody. But I don't know how we also don't, like Blue Valley did, form some sort of committee that looks at the Kansas State Board of Education guidelines. How do we ignore the Kansas State Board of Education completely? That they look at 5 different data points, including hospitalizations and community incidents and positive rates. So not just the data set that we're looking at with Johnson County, but I did want to make sure and recognize Ryan Geider, who was here tonight. I think they had to leave, but if anyone has questions, he's in our district, like he lives here, so he can help when looking at any of that stuff. And then from a teacher, she asked me to share this. She wants to build hope and wanted me to read this section of her email so that everyone out there in the community can hear it, that she tested positive for COVID on August 4th. She followed the protocol with isolation and returned to work. And when cleared by her primary physician in the health department, she was mildly sick. In fact, she never had a fever and wouldn't have even considered getting tested. In addition, no one in her house tested positive and experienced symptoms. She said, I am a part of the data that you don't hear about, the number of positive cases that recover and did not pass the illness to anyone else. My story is in the majority of those that get sick. I hope it serves as a story of hope for those that believe that the positivity test automatically equals tragedy. And I think that that is so important to build hope in this too, that we could move down. We can move down in this, because a positive test doesn't always equal a positive illness. And as of today, in the last 2 weeks rolling, 1.8% of the county has been tested. I think we're at 11.5 today. Did you look at that? 10.8. Is that what it was? 10.8 today. And then the infection rate is different than the positivity rate. The infection rate for Johnson County is 0.2 as of for those rolling. So I think those are important numbers. I also feel like we have to represent everyone, and we're ignoring Miami County. We're ignoring a third of our district. And I don't know how we ignore a third or almost a third of the district in the data. So again, I'm not saying we change anything tonight. I'm not suggesting that we change the vote immediately. I'm just suggesting that we look to give our parents and all these people that are reaching out to us some hope that this isn't going to be the plan for the entire school year. We haven't been under 5% green since June 17th. And there's so many that feel like, what's the end game? Is this going to be all school year? And I know that they're concerned about that. As a mom, I'm concerned about that. I hear all of them saying, and I think one of them, two things I wanted to just quote that kind of really stuck with me. Actually, Susie Cheatham said it to me on the phone and her daughter before this meeting, but we can't ignore mental health and the other detrimental impacts of this virus that are the unintended consequences. And what she said to me was, is it 0 reasons why except for COVID? And that really grabbed a hold of me. There are people that are going to lose their jobs if we move into 15% and they have to educate their kids at home too. Of course, they're not the educators. Our teachers are fantastic. So with that, I just would like to see us look at a go forward plan, not in the immediacy, not at all in the immediacy, but I don't want to ignore all these I know that you guys must be getting lots of emails too. And even teachers are asking for, not all of them, we're never speaking for all of them, only the ones that contact us, but they're even saying, this isn't long-term. This can't be long-term. So how do we move forward in that? So, and then I've got a couple of follow-up questions, I think for you, Dr. Burke. Have we received guidance from the county on what to do when there's a positive? Or who to quarantine or contact trace, or how is that going to look?
It's still the same thing that it's always been. We're supposed to contact them and let them know. Well, first of all, they will know who it is because my understanding is the doctors are going to be reporting it to them. And then there's supposed to be communication with us so that we can, as you and I talked the other day, we have to be careful about FERPA and HIPAA. We don't have to follow HIPAA, kind of like the doctor's office. We can notify a school that says, hey, we've had a case in 5th grade. And then my understanding, and Greg, you may have to help us on that, there's a lot of discussion on contact tracing and who can do it and who can't do it. And so I believe our attorney and the other attorneys are still working out on the contact tracing. But to answer your question, no, they've not given us a definitive, this is how many people are quarantined if a student has COVID. It still goes back to the contact tracing.
So we do start school in about 36 hours. And so we have elementary school. So we don't, and I'm not blaming you at all, but the county's got to give us some guidance. There's going to be positives. We know that for sure. So what are we going, is the whole 1st grade going to have to go home? Or, I just think that they've got to give us some guidance.
From my understanding, no, it's not going to be the whole 1st grade.
Okay.
And I think that we put in our guidance that it wouldn't be the whole 1st grade. But it could easily be quite a few students in that class. It could be some students on the other class that if they ride together on the bus, if they play together in the neighborhood. So we can't just do a one size fits all because it depends on who that student has contact with. But no, it wouldn't be the whole 1st grade unless that student was very popular and hung out on a party on the weekend and had a pool party or went down to pizza or went fishing or something like that with the big group of kids. Hopefully they're not doing any things like that, but I can't see any reason that the whole 1st grade would be quarantined.
I should have said just that class, like somebody's class, not all 3 1st grades. And then I do think there's still a lot of confusion on when we move and how we move. So can you explain that?
So basically on the August, and forgive me, what is it, the 31st, we will have a meeting. The Johnson County Soups meet with Dr. Ariola, Megan Foreman, and usually Elizabeth Holschuh is on there. And at that time, we just ask, where are we at? What color are we at? And they will give us that information. Last time we talked, they said that they had a letter that was going out. Here's some additional information that you can share with the public. And at this time, we are red. I'm assuming that on the 31st, we'll have a conversation that's very similar, and they'll tell us we're, hopefully, I would love it if they said we're green. And then that gives us time to get the kids back and give the teachers time to get everybody back. And then the next time we would meet would be the 14th of September, and every 2 weeks after that.
And we said we would give parents a 2-week lead. Is that right? So if we're going to
Right.
make a move. So really, once we send people home, they're home for 4 weeks, essentially. Is that right?
Unless we can bring them back. The one thing is, I think if we give our teachers a good week notice, it's like I said at the last board meeting, when you move it to more confined, I think we need to give the parents 2 weeks to plan for that. You know, if they're going from hybrid at the secondary and they've got to find some kind of daycare for their 6th and 7th grader, we probably need to give them a little bit more time. But if we're moving from a yellow to a green, then a week's notice is pretty good. So if you're moving down, it's much easier, and we could probably give them a week's notice. If we're moving up, we probably ought to give them 2 weeks notice.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I just wanted to put it out there that I would like to see a long-term plan revisited. I don't know how everyone else feels. I think you're shaking your heads, but I don't know how you feel.
Is this process that you just walked through, that's posted on the USD230 website? That where you talked about the 2 weeks, you meet every 2 weeks as the health department?
I don't know that we put that full process on there. We can make sure that's on there.
I think it's an important communication. If you could please add that.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was just going to make a couple of comments. And Mr. Reynolds just left, but he sat here for a long time. And one of the things he said was, you need to go back to your committee and talk about this. There is no committee. Where we talk about it is right here.
Right.
So I think there's kind of some misperceptions on how we make decisions and how much conversation we have with each other before we make them. And I too got so many emails from teachers saying, don't change it in 3 days. And I can't remember us ever making a decision where we made people change something huge 3 days. And so I responded, I think, to almost all of them. And if I didn't, I hope they understand that that is never the intention of the board, to put teachers under stress like that. And just one other thought. I heard this at another school district where they were considering, they had a teacher that was at a severe risk and they went to green to let the teacher teach remotely and have the kids in the class. And I don't know whether that's something we could ever do with somebody if they did have a real risk factor, but I think it is something that would speak to our concern and care for our staff. Because really, in my opinion, the magic happens between the student and the teacher. And we have to support our staff, but we also can't ignore when we have 300 parents that sign something that says they want us to listen to their perspective too. So I just want to make sure that all the voices are heard and all the groups that we represent feel like they've been listened to, I guess.
I just want to comment on that real quick. I believe that was a superintendent, was it Colorado, that did that, where they basically didn't have any of the teachers came in, and they had the students come in because then it was considered a daycare. And the teachers were teaching remotely, and they were able to hire additional staff in order to come in and do those.
That wasn't what I saw. It was just
Okay.
a suggestion that somebody made to a board. So
okay, that That's one that was sent to me this week. And when I researched it, it was a lot different than the way it was being presented.
I was just thinking if you have one, like in elementary, you can move people around and have that person that is maybe really anxious about her or his virus possibilities and have them teach remote. In fact, my daughter's doing remote learning at her school. But in high school, it's harder because everybody specializes. So to work that out would be kind of difficult. So I just think there are opportunities for us to think creatively. And I just hate that our community seems so divided. I mean, if the teachers feel like they're in the middle, oh my gosh, we feel like we're in the middle between the parents and the teachers. I have all week. So that's not the community I live in. The community I live in is where we all work collaboratively to make things work. And so I'd like to see sometime, whether it's a town hall or something, where we can do that, where we can work collaboratively. We have some very huge resources in our community, and I just don't feel like we've tapped into them. Not trying to make your job harder, Dr. Burke, really not.
Can I speak to your question? We do have on the website what Dr. Burke talked about as the process. It talks as fast as possible one way and at least a week's notice, and the fact that moving the other direction would want a steady trend, but essentially it's the same thing Dr. Burke talked about.
I think it's just it's new. So I think it's just hard as a parent to wrap your mind around. So it's good to, thank you for explaining it for everyone listening.
We'll look at it again and see if we can clean it up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's important that we drive people to the USD230 website so that we have that one single source of the truth. We have one location that provides the district's position on various questions.
So Sharon brought up a good point. The teachers were given the opportunity to apply to be the online teachers. Is that right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I know Brent and Knowles were wanting to say something too.
I agree with a lot of what Sharon had to say. To get through this, we're going to have to work together and not be divided. It's been a strange week where we do feel like we got caught in the middle out of nowhere. If we could do a board work session, develop a committee, definitely need to look forward in the future into doing something like that where you could get the community involved and get more expertise on it than what we have. And down the road, we'll have some time. We can look at our neighbors to the south. They're already open and full school, and see how things go for them. Let them go for 3 weeks, be after Labor Day, and take another look at this. And we'd be able to make a lot easier decisions at that point. So, but yeah, I'd like to put on, well, when it gets to the list, I have something to put on.
And I just wanted to echo that I really had not expected this to be an all-year thing either. So I think it's very prudent at the moment what we're doing, and we'll just kind of see how the gating thing works. But if all we do is sit and fluctuate from red to black, and because we're just testing symptomatic people, then we may have to rethink things.
So what does a board, like what Brent said, looks like? How do we plan that? How does that go forward? A forum or a committee or the board? He said a board forum or committee or a town hall or something. How does that?
Possible work session or committee?
Yeah.
A couple approaches, I think, that may be possible. Certainly one is we're going to talk about the board evaluation. I'm going to propose a work session there. As far as a committee, I think we'd need to discuss that. I think that kind of a committee would include primarily health professionals, to consist of epidemiologists, infectious disease control experts, to have that basics. Dr. Burke, do you have any other suggestions?
Well, I think one of the things we have to do is we have to go back to a little bit of history. Back when we started having the reopening plan and we started discussing that with the community and the board, we were at low, medium, and high. And we had a lot of people in the community and a lot of questions saying, well, who decides low, medium, and high? I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a doctor, but I'm not a medical doctor. And I don't play one on TV either. So I don't want to be the person making that decision because I'm not a medical expert. And so at that point, these same questions were asked throughout our county. And our county reached out to Johnson County Health Department and said, would you come up with some kind of gating criteria? And so that's what they did. They came up with a gating criteria. We didn't spend a lot of time arguing about what it looked like. We basically asked them to do something and they did it. And we did have a couple of questions, some suggestions, and some ideas, but we basically left it to Dr. Arola, Megan Foreman, and Elizabeth Holshoe to make a decision on that criteria. For some reason, people think some big conspiracy went on. Those sessions were very quick, and we just asked some very basic questions, and then they made the decision. Anytime the board's asked me to ask questions, I went back and asked those questions that the board has asked for. As I remind though, the Johnson County Health Department doesn't work just for the Spring Hill School District, they work for the whole county. And I saw other superintendents ask questions as well. But this was not any kind of big thing to keep schools closed, because let me be honest, without the kids, I don't have a job, and neither do the other administrators and the other teachers. So anybody that thinks that this is some big conspiracy, I'm just stunned that anybody would think that way. But we went to them and we asked them to give us some gating criteria. They did it, but we don't like the answer that they gave us, so now we want to change it. If you want to come up with something, then that's fine, but it should be medical health professionals that are making this decisions. Because I heard a lot of people say today, hey, I should be on that committee, or you should have a committee. This isn't about a popularity contest. This is about what's safest and health for our people. If we're not going to do that, we're not going to listen to the health officials, then let's just not have a gating criteria at all. Because that is an option. Because right now, other than what the governor told us and what our league told us, maybe Keisha, that's all we're doing with sports. So when I say that, again, I'm just pointing something out to us. If we come up with a committee of health professionals and they still tell us what we don't want to hear, because I believe that's what happened to a district directly to our right or east of us, people are still upset. So my question is, before we spend this time and energy getting this committee together, are we going to be willing to listen to what they tell us? Because if not, let's not waste our time. Let's just be honest. If it's all about getting the kids back in school and getting everybody back to work, then let's just do that. Let's not waste our time and energy. But if we're willing to get in some professionals that know what they're talking about and understand the criteria, then I'm all for it. But it can't just be me or Brad or even internal people. What I would suggest you do is you get some people that are external that don't have a horse in this race, and let them tell us what the criteria for our area, whatever that looks like, tell us. So I'm a big believer in, I would never go to my doctor's office and tell him how to be a doctor. I don't want a doctor coming in here telling me how to educate kids. And so I'm just telling you, if that's what you want to do, we can start trying to find a committee. But I'm going to turn around and recommend back to you that you get a committee of people that are health professionals, that do not have any stake in our community, and then let them tell us what it is we want to hear, what criteria we want to fit. So I can't say it any plainer than that.
I do think that one thing with the gating criteria, and I called and asked for clarification, is that it did not take the mental health into consideration. And that's something that we've pounded on that 0 reasons why for 2 or 3 years, and then to not take that into consideration. And then also just the fact that we have, what, a quarter of our district in Miami County. And I know people travel but they also travel other places. So I really don't have a strong opinion, like, let's build this committee, or I just want to make sure that we're taking the responsibility to look at all the needs of the students, because that's our job. So that's where I'm coming from on it. I will say I thought it was interesting that Lawrence Public Schools were in green and they didn't want to be in green. So there is some perceptions here that your community has that do come into play with things too. So
I don't even disagree with you, Dr. Burke, that we should go with what the health department that's what they're supposed to do. The county commission oversees the health department. Where I have a problem, and what I think Brent and Sharon said this week, is that after the county commissioners meeting, when Dr. Ariola and the commissioners made it super clear that it's us, you go back and have the school boards make the decision. They put it back on us, and then we vote on it. So that committee could be like, let's say, Mr. Geider, that knows all about the dashboard, or epidemiologist, but someone that is advising us. If the buck is supposed to stop right here, how do we make those decisions without being educated? That was one thing Commissioner Klicka said, is you've got to go back and educate your boards so that they can make the decisions. And so I agree with you. Not everybody here is a health professional, but that's what the direction the county health department from Dr. Ariola and the county commission gave to us.
So by us talking about a committee, we just created an enormous amount of anxiety in our teachers. We just spent, I don't know, 2 hours talking about, no, we're not going to change the criteria. We're going to hold firm. We had a 6-1 decision last meeting, which is decisive. And now we just opened the door to create more anxiety with our teachers.
I think it's interesting that we're talking about putting together a committee to talk about this, when in reality, the committee is the health department. They were tasked with doing just that. That's their role in this process. They also have a great frequently asked questions. If you go look at it, it explains a lot of the information that people are confused about. It talks about why we use percent positive as opposed to a percent of the population. It talks about a lot of different things that are being misconstrued in this community. And I'll read the very end of that. It simply says, the challenge is, at this time, Johnson County has community spread of COVID-19. That is, the virus is too widespread to mitigate by tracking individual outbreaks or clusters of disease. The cases are all over the county and are not all necessarily attributable to just a few events or places. As new case counts decrease, it may again be possible to prevent the spread by only focusing on clusters and outbreak sites. And it goes on to say, Johnson County school districts and health officials collaborate frequently. Recommendations for universal school opening and closing would not be made because of a single identified outbreak. And it ends with, at this time, due to the community spread of COVID-19 in Johnson County, recommendations for schools are applicable to all districts. So yes, they're saying, we're not going to vote for the board, but we're going to give you this direction. This is what, in our expert opinion, the schools should be following. We asked for them to build it. They built it. They gave it to us. We don't like it, so we want to change it. I mean, this to me is like when you're at a softball game and someone's there with a lightning detector and they say, hey, kids, clear the field. Everybody wants to finish the game, but you have to clear the field. It's not the school board that's doing this, it's the virus, and it's the health department that's advising us in their expertise on how to safely navigate this thing. Nobody likes it. Nobody wants to do this remotely. But when the experts at the health department are saying, hey, look, this is where we're at, this is what we need to follow. And we don't need to develop a group of other people to then go back and take the data that the experts are giving us, who've already told us what that means, and try to change what it means so we can do what we want.
All I'm saying is we need to be careful. We don't just say we're doing this for the rest of the year and we find out it's not working. I mean, that's not an option. We've got to find a solution that works that we can actually teach our students. And, we're following it and that we all agreed we're going to follow it, and we are going to follow it. But if it rolls in 4 months later and we're finding out that our internet's so terrible that nobody can learn anything, then we'd better be ready to think about doing something different.
I don't think it's because nobody likes it. It's because there's no end game. It isn't like we just don't like it. And also because they put the responsibility back on us. And I do think that we need to recognize we have Miami County. If there was a committee, I think it should include Miami County data. It should include the teachers. The teachers are the classroom experts. It should include the health department. All those people advising us, like just to back up what Nell said, so that we're not stuck in this long term. And then what happens when our MAP scores come back? And then if they're not where we want them to be, well, I don't want it to be too late. So I think it should be smaller chunked. And what I'm hearing from the email that we all got from the teachers was, if you decide to change it, give us notice. Well, that's exactly what we would do. We would never be like, oh, bam, we're changing it now. I hate that they even felt that way. It makes me sick to my stomach. So it is to support the teachers too. And like Nell said, to not go back and forth from black to red, but what's the end game here? And how can we help so we don't have so much change throughout the whole school year?
So what would the board like for me to do?
At this point, I think we hold steady. School hasn't opened. We don't know what's going to happen. We haven't given this a shot, right? We haven't given this a try yet.
Agree.
Revisit it at a later date, based on additional data, based on feedback from certainly our teachers, feedback from, as Eric mentioned, the Johnson County Health Department, State Health Department. So I don't think this is something we talk about further this week or our next meeting, but we have some amazing professionals working in our organization. And we're up here talking about making more changes, and we haven't even given a chance. They've blown us away and exceeded our expectations every step of the way. Every turn, they've exceeded what we could even think was imaginable. And I think we got to give them a chance to do that and to continue to educate. We can't predict the future, but by gosh, we've got the right people, the right professionals in the right places to hedge our bets to make sure it does happen. I firmly believe that. We have to give people a chance to perform. And we know, based on our history, that they outperform our expectations.
Absolutely.
I would agree with that.
Agree.
And Nels, I think that we need to continually monitor this so that we can see if there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I totally agree. I don't want to be in this reopening plan for the rest of the year. I would love us to get to a point where everybody's just in school, as we're doing normally, the way it's been for the last 50 years. I think it's imperative of this board that we make sure that we listen to health officials to make our decisions. It's not up to, and I love that the parents came. I love that the students came, but we need to make our decisions based on actual health data from infectious disease experts. I want my students in class. Those are my kids. I want them in class. But I also know that we have to listen to our health professionals first and foremost, because it is the safety of our students that we have to continue to push. That's our job. Health and safety and education. We have to continue with that. And I would love to add a data point that we can monitor of average daily attendance. That's a great monitor, but we have to start. We have to start school. So let's get in school. Let's look at the data after a few weeks, and then we can revisit. I wouldn't mind a committee, but I also know that another school district did a committee and it came to the same conclusion, that we have to have a gating criteria, that they have to use health data points and follow the health professionals. They moved to the Kansas Department of Education gating criteria, which has 5 data points. We look at 2. We could possibly move to that, but I think we need to give this time to find out if those data points work for us as well.
I agree with you. I don't know how we went from having a discussion and maybe a work session to making changes right now, but was never my intention.
Yeah,
I think
no,
that's
I
kind of
didn't.
how things went south with the teachers. It's just, don't know where it comes from. But yeah, we need to have some more discussions as a board and have some game plan, because there's going to be things that are going to pop up we're not ready for. We need to have some options ready to go. If that takes a work session where we sit down and look at everything and go, what happens in November when some test scores come back and we're not the way we like them, then we need to sit down and say, hey, it may not have anything to do with the grading criteria. We just may need to make some changes to get back on track. So that was never my intention.
And I know that. I just wanted to reiterate that. And if there's something educationally that is affected by this, that's why we have our experts for education to come back to us and say, hey, we've seen some data that we need to change some things in the reopening plan. We're going to make those changes because we know it's best for students. So that's where I trust our educational professionals and our health professionals to do the job that they've been hired to do.
I think one of the hardest things that I just want to recognize is that we haven't said yet that we're recognizing that parents are asking why we are ignoring their choice. And that's a question we all get all the time. Why they feel like we gave them a survey, they chose. That we gave them enrollment, they chose. So I'm not saying that should be the final answer. And parents, I know we have to look at lots of things. We have to look at the teachers. We need input from so many things. But I do want to make sure we're recognizing that that's something that is asked of us all the time. Why are the parents not given any kind of input?
They are given input. I mean, we sat here for an hour and 20 minutes tonight. We listened to every single word they said. I took notes on every single person. We have the survey data. We have multiple emails that we've gotten over the last few weeks. Their input is there. It's heard. I read every single email I get. But it is heard, and it is a criteria, or it's an input factor that goes into our decision. Our decisions, our decision as a board has to include the safety, our number one activity. Number one responsibility is safety of everyone in our district: students, teachers, administrators, staff. So it's around 3,300 students, roughly 500 staff. When you make a decision for 4,000 people, your tolerance for risk is at a different level than if you're making a risk-based decision for your individual daughter or son. It's different. That's the issue that we struggle with as a board, is you're making a decision for the collective group, for 4,000 people. On a personal level, my risk tolerance is probably different for my own kids than it is when I know I'm taking on responsibility for the safety of 4,000 people. And so that's a clear distinction. we listen to parents, we listen to teachers, certainly. We listen to administrators. We've got health professionals as well. We have to take all that into account when we make that decision, and then temper it against this risk level that we have, or risk tolerance that we have for the collective group. And I think that in and of itself is where the difficulty comes in. So we've been working for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. I would declare us at recess for the next 10 minutes, where we will reconvene and move on to district goal achievements.
Doug, could I make one quick 10,
Oh,
10
sure.
second comment before we break?
Yeah, sure.
I wanted to make sure that the teachers and staff understood my comments were not directed at them. I'm just worried that I heard a lot of comments tonight from internet, and you can only hear a few words, and kids aren't staying engaged. And that's where my concern lies. Not that we can't put up a good program that's going to teach them what they need to know and be, interactive with the students and stuff. But I'm just more concerned that it's going to be hard to keep students engaged, and especially if their internet's not working well. So.
I did want to give some information. I got an email from Karen Boydston. We have 65 people that are going to be writing the activities route. They're working on routes tonight, and she said she will call parents tomorrow.
Thank
Very
you
good.
for the follow-up.
Thank you, Nels. We're at recess until 10:30. We'll reconvene and start discussion on district goal achievement. Thank you.
Yeah, I could always share mine too. Oh.
Sure. And we're back in session. We have the president with some technical difficulties, so we'll keep moving on. District goal achievements. Dr. Burke.
Yeah. Wow, that's very loud. Brad Wilson, I'm going to ask you to kind of cover some information with this, please.
Thank you. I'm going to be very apologetic through this section. I'm embarrassed, if you want to be honest about this. I'm not going to ask for forgiveness because that's wouldn't be right either. But if you guys look at this last column, and I think Phil will have it up here in a minute. Maybe one more size larger for everybody. I realize that's large. Oh, perfect. So the last column is largely blank. And that's to some extent without our option, and to some extent that was our conscious choice. So the first four indicators all have to do with the MAP assessment. Obviously, since we were in virtual last spring, we were not able to give that MAP assessment. The next two are the state reading and math assessment. The state did not give their assessments. And so you see those are blank. And those have NAs because they're not available. They will never be available. I will say the next two will be available at some point. The four-year graduation rate, we did graduate students last year. But our four-year cohort graduation rate is something that is calculated by the state, and that data from last year is still not available. The next one down you'll see is the post-secondary success rate. We still don't have last year's data on how kids are doing on success rates, so we're still a ways away from this year's data on that. And then I'm going to start talking about the survey. So we last spring surveyed parents on optional remote learning. We surveyed students about graduation. We surveyed our staff on a variety of COVID-related things. We did not do the standard survey that we've been doing for the last 5 years last spring. The theory was there was survey fatigue and that it wouldn't be valid with kids not being in school anyway. So that decision was made. So you can see blanks then on those next four, and you're going to see blanks on most of these just simply because we didn't give those surveys. And then you can see we have the ACT composite at the bottom of the academic excellence and learning goal area. We're slightly better on personnel. The bottom three, we do actually have data from. Teacher retention rate looks blank, but it is not. Michelle actually did calculate that at 92.6%. So that would be in the green. The teacher salary, you'll see as 103. That is that our goal was to be at the Johnson County median or above. And we are actually at 103% of the Johnson County median. Our starting salary is the highest in Johnson County now. So we've done pretty well on that area. Work comp mod, that is, you can see we started above 1. That is not where you want to be. The industry average is going to be 1, depending on your industry. And we've gone down significantly. I don't know that we can maintain a 0.64 indefinitely, but that is where we've sat basically for the last 2 years. So that's sitting nice place. The board in this goal said that we need to be doing not just a new safety handbook so everybody understood safety, but we need to make sure we're training everybody on that safety manual. And that we've been doing at 100%. And I think that is probably directly related to some of that positive data we're seeing on the work comp mod in particular. I don't think that this is just an accidental, even though it's particularly low. I do think it is lower than it has been for a reason. And I do expect us to maintain that in the long run, lower than we were when we started this, even if it doesn't stay at 0.64, because one accident can get you off of something that low. And then managing growth, you'll see. I really want to talk most, and the beauty of this score sheet is that, Phil, if you could, get a picture of the whole thing. We have moved in a positive direction from oranges and yellows and reds with a few greens to a few more greens and less reds, obviously, and even some of those oranges turning to yellow in there. And so as a snapshot, we're doing better, but it's not what I think the board, and I guarantee you it's not what I would hope to see after 5 years of effort. Our next strategic plan, as you guys know, you've been on the ground floor of the strategic plan. We're going to make this strategic plan and the scoreboard be much more local based on where teachers are working in teams, where staff are working in buildings and departments, and have them keeping their own scoreboard that they're reporting up. That way they're dealing with data that is much less lagging than what this is, and they're going to be looking for leading indicators that help tell them in real time if the work they're doing is the right work. And then we will measure that against the lagging indicators over time, and then the leading indicators are actually able to be changed if necessary to ensure that they're the right ones aligned to the lagging. It's a little bit hard for a teacher to get excited, let's say, about a state assessment that they can work for a full year and not see the results until it's too late. And so kids take that test in the spring, they see the results in the spring about the time where their time to actually teach those kids is over. So this data is really the issue, I think. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have done a better job of improving that data, but I think we need to do a better job of organizing how the data is utilized on a local level, which we're going to try to do in this next strategic plan. I don't think it's because the teachers aren't doing a great job of educating our students. I don't think it's because our departments and our custodial are not doing a great job of X, Y, and Z, or our food service aren't doing a great job. I think it's from my level that says the data that we use to measure is not compelling at the level at which the work gets done. And so I think that is an error we need to correct. I need to correct as we move forward on our strategic plan. And that is our hope to do that. And Dr. Burke we're in a time that is, quote, unprecedented. But one thing Dr. Burke has said is that we are not putting the strategic planning process on long-term hold. We might have to take a short little gap from it while we work on some of these teaching strategies that we're doing with COVID, but we're not just putting it on a back shelf for a year. We're going to get to where we can do what we're doing right now, and then we're moving forward, because it is important to the kids that you heard tonight to the parents that you heard tonight that we're doing everything possible to make sure every student is achieving at the highest level that they can. Questions on the performance scorecard over the last strategic plan?
Before you ask a question, I do want you to know we reiterated that this was the board directive, and you gave us 2 goals that we needed to follow. And just because we had to slow down on some other things did not mean that we're doing away with our strategic plan and those 2 goals.
Where are we with Forecast 5 analytics and bringing them on board and getting the app installed, the people to use it, that sort of thing?
The technology is done, it's there, but no technology is valuable without the data to populate it. So one thing that'll help us is as teams and buildings and departments start building their plans and using the lead measures to say, this is what we want to track, that we believe is going to end up in improved academic performance and social emotional development in our students, then we are going to be able to put into that Forecast 5 data warehouse the right data that they can see real time what they're doing is making a difference. So we have the product. We don't have the right data in it yet, but we're going to get it there.
And that just takes time.
Of course.
You have to keep hitting those data points throughout the year and years to see if we're making any progress. I just wanted to make sure that we're still moving forward with that, and also making sure that, do we have some sort of portal or, and I know I'm getting a little in the weeds, but I'm a data guy, so I'm just asking, do we have some sort of portal to add the data points that teachers see or departments see or teams see?
Yes. Phil would be much better equipped to talk the data details or at least the technology details, but we've got the system set up, ready to go, and he's got it so we can determine who has access to what data, how you can put sub data in that is based on team or building, as well as district data. That would probably be what would be shared with the board.
Thank you.
Very excited about that tool. I think that's going to help us tremendously.
I agree. And I think Doug would agree as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I was going to mention that Phil Elliott's been working with us also on Forecast 5, so it's great to have that expertise over there as well.
Any other questions for Brad on the goals and strategic plan update?
This really isn't a question. I'd just like to acknowledge that I don't think any of us have these unrealistic expectations that you guys haven't been doing anything else. And so you have all this time to devote to all these other things. I think it's been a little busy, and I know that you are both incredibly hard workers. So there was no apology needed, in my opinion.
Well, then I will just say we will continue forward and do a better job than what we've done in the past. We'll improve every day, as Dr. Burke likes to say.
Right. Yeah, I think it was just unfortunate timing, as all of this is unfortunate timing. But we've had this plan for the last 5 years, and for 4 of those last 5 years, it's been good to see the data progress, and good to see that we are making progress to some of the goals that we created 5 years ago. So I'm excited to see what the new 5-year plan will bring us, especially when we talk about our teams, our departments, building level, things like that is really gonna, I think, make a difference on educating students. And that's our main goal.
Agreed.
It's a continuous, passionate pursuit of excellence. And that's what you, even though you had to redirect your energies from this strategic plan, you still were pursuing excellence in development of how to accomplish, deal with this situation that we've been put in. Any other questions for Dr. Burke or Mr. Wilson on the district goal achievement? Okay, moving on to board self-evaluation. I didn't receive any comments from anyone, so I may be in the process of receiving some information. Any comments on the board self-evaluation that you received from Candy a week and a half or 2 weeks ago?
I have a couple things I will probably be adding, but I just haven't had time. I barely got all the email read.
I just printed it off, but I didn't really get very far on it. So it's right here.
If you'll give me a minute or two if you'll indulge me for a couple minutes, I'd like to propose a plan forward. What I would like to do, I was looking at our Board of Education member handbook. We established this in 2017. This is 3 years old. In that 3 years' time, a lot has changed within our district. And so what I would propose, in lieu of completing the board of self-evaluation, I would propose that we work on creating and updating this handbook or improving the handbook. And I would propose that we ask Kansas Association of School Boards to provide independent facilitator to accomplish. I'll get to what I'd like to accomplish here in a minute. Have Kansas Association of School Boards take our handbook and create a survey out of it. Within that survey, they would say, yes, this is good. They'd look at each section, say, yes, this is good. No, this is bad, or I have questions on it. And then I would propose that we conduct a workshop. And in that workshop, we would break into smaller groups, review our survey, the survey responses for that section, and then come back together and have a conversation of, yes, we have agreement that we still need to have this in our handbook. Come to agreement on that. Number two, identify additions or subtractions that may be necessary to the handbook. And then when we're in agreement on what needs to be in there, have a conversation about how we're doing on meeting that, and then what it really looks like. You know, what does it look like when we're doing really well on that particular topic? And so that's my proposal for to complete in lieu of the self-evaluation, because I think it really helps us. Number one, it clarifies expectations that we have of each other. I think it provides clarity of those expectations and provides a vision, really, a future state. You know, what does it look like when we achieve this, when we achieve the purpose within our handbook? So that would be my suggestion. I wanted to present that to you, get your thoughts on it. I'd like to do this and have it completed by the end of September so that we move forward very quickly on it. Because I think there's a lot of information there, but I think things have changed. So, thoughts? Or we can stick with the evaluation that we have. I'd really like to get this handbook taken care of, though.
No, I think that's a good idea. I think if the handbook could become something, to be honest, I haven't looked at it in a while. So if it could be something that really does guide us as board members, that would be extremely helpful. I think there's always kind of questions of what's really our role here. Or that's where we get off on meetings, is why are we talking about this? This isn't even our role.
Right. Yeah.
I think maybe the end of September is a little ambitious, but
yeah. So I'm just trying to create pressure to get this completed.
Right.
If October's better, then October's better. But I mean, I'd say we set a goal of September, and if it moves to October, so be it. But and if we set a goal of October and it moves to the end of October, that'd be fine too. So
Clarification.
Yeah.
You're talking about having the meeting, getting all this information, and having the meeting by the end of September?
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I meant.
So
Having the workshop by the end of September.
That time frame will be very hard for me. I'll be a single mom until at least the end of September. Scott will be out of town.
Well, we can-
adding anything, including trying to educate from home, is just going to be a lot. So,
I mean, we can move it into. The intent isn't to cause more troubles for people. It's really about getting clarification, getting clarity, really defining our expectations of each other and how we work together. So if it's October, it's October. I mean, I'm not going to mandate a date. I just wanted to throw September out so that we could sharpen pencils.
Yep. And I would agree with that. I think if we can get this handbook right, the self-evaluations as we go through the years will help us. And maybe this is something we do every 2 years. If we don't have any changes to board members over the course of time, but every time we have changes to board members, maybe we revisit this handbook just so that we have a new team. We establish those guidelines that the board has to follow or should follow.
I guess I took it that you were thinking about using that as the tool to evaluate ourselves.
That's exactly the outcome.
Yeah.
I think the process of working through the handbook, what does it look like? How do we do? Is our self-evaluation. Yeah, you're spot on, Nels. And I think that we do that instead of that self-evaluate, those questions that we have.
I like that because it kind of gives us both a self-evaluation and we're reviewing the handbook at the same time and making sure everybody's on the same page.
And to Sharon's point, which is a good point, is it provides that guidance. It allows us to have that point of reference, a point of unity, a point of conversation. If we start to head sideways, we can always use that. We should probably have a copy of it sitting next to our computer during every board meeting so that we can hold each other accountable and in check. So 5-4, yes, no. Is that we okay with that?
Sounds good to me.
as long as it's not a lot of extra, I just can't fit much else into my schedule in September.
Okay. Well,
it isn't often for me to set that boundary. Usually I'll take on, but I'm already feeling I'm very overwhelmed right now.
It's 20. Well, there's 6
It's not
pages.
like this.
It's not like that.
No.
Oh,
But the
it's 18
expectation would be that KSB would create the survey. So the only thing that we need to do at that point is complete the survey. And then they'll take those results and then go to a work session and go through that at that work session. So we're really looking at 2 kind of board actions that will take place: complete the survey and do the work session. Am I right on that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And have them facilitate it. I mean, they can drive. I think they could probably, they work with districts all over the state. They have an idea of what best practices are in other districts that could maybe be used in our district or not, and things that they see in other districts that we want to stay away from too. So, but I like the idea of a independent third party doing the facilitation. So, Dr. Burke,
that's what I was going to ask. So you want us to contact KSB, ask them to create a survey with the board handbook,
right?
They will send this survey to you. And then at the same time, I probably need to get a hold of Katie because I know that she's working on a retreat date. And so we also need to work on a work session date. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and I think the retreat date's still in January. Katie sent us a list of dates. This, I think, to be fair, let's set a goal of October 15th. Somewhere in that time period, let's really try to get it done by mid-October.
Are you still wanting to try to do the work session on a Saturday? Is there a day during the week that you want to do it?
I'm open to an evening session. We've done those in the past. I'm not sure how long this should take, but.
So I think if contact KSB, ask them if they've done this kind of thing before, number one. Number two, ask them if they've done it before, they have an idea how long the facilitation takes. And if it's 4 hours or less, let's any day of the week. If they feel it's going to be more than 4 hours, then I think we need to do a weekend. Does that seem like a kind of a framework that we can operate in? Yeah.
Obviously, we're going to leave Friday nights alone. Are there other dates that we need to avoid? All of them.
Who said that?
We'll put something together. I'll have Katie set it out, and then we'll try to cross-reference and find a date.
Very good. Thank you. Well, good. Moving on to items from Board of Education members for future meetings. Additions or subtractions.
I would like to have a discussion sometime about this format because, we kind of started this when we couldn't meet in person. And so we were all zooming in from afar because this echo thing is hard. I mean, I think I leave with a headache just from the echo. So is this still our only option? I would like to have that discussion sometime.
Okay, I think just in general, I think the the new board office has different technology, but we can certainly have that conversation. Yeah.
I know that we decided a few weeks ago that we would try this out and see if it would work. And if we don't like the echoing or whatever, then we could move forward with something else, or go back to our normal board practice at Hilltop and without Zoom. I know that we'll lose that live stream, but
no, we could still live stream without everybody being on an individual Zoom, right? I mean, we don't have to talk about it right now. I'm not
right.
So let's just add
I'm
it
just
to
saying
the
that we
list.
can. We've said that we would revisit it, so I think it's good to put it on the list.
Yeah, we don't have to solve it right now. That's a good
Do you-
recommendation.
Do you want it on next board meeting's agenda, though?
Yeah, I think it'd be good.
I agree.
Dr. Burke, Mr. President,
Yes.
if I could make one comment, I think it will be very important for us to focus on what we want the outcome to be and not what the problems are.
Okay.
Any other items for?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to put on the list that we keep an open discussion on basically a track record of as we're following this gating, what it's doing from week to week, something we can look at and see where we've been, and then keep it open for discussion.
Week to week or bi-weekly? Like board meeting times or?
At board meetings, by the week.
By the week, okay. Anything else? What other items from Board of Education members for future meetings.
Brent, can I ask for just a little clarification? What are you wanting us to monitor every 2 weeks so we can bring it back what you want during those board meetings?
Yes.
No, that's what I'm
I want
asking.
to see what those weekly numbers that you're seeing.
Okay, just straight data from the.
Yes.
Easy.
And I want
We
to
can
be
do
able to have a discussion about it at that time.
that. Makes sense. Okay.
Do you mean, Brent, like going forward, like what remote learning is looking like and basically what school is how it's going?
You can add that in as well if you like.
Yeah, I mean, something like what our attendance rates. I think that's going to be something that's going to be valuable over the next month. Is actually seeing how many students actually attend the Zoom meetings, or how many are dialing in, or not being there at all.
Yeah.
This is something that's going to be added to probably at each meeting. We'll be adding something.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Is this where we add the possibility of continuing to look at, or does that fall into that when you would mention like a committee or something going forward? Do we set a date for when we want to look at something like that? Or is it just kind of arbitrary that we know we don't want it to last for the whole year? But I don't know if this is the place for it or not, if it's on the list.
I think if we start with what Brent talked about, and we can kind of see how things are going. I like Doug's suggestion. We haven't even started yet. Let's see, let's get started and see what's going on, and then we might.
And we still need to see the data. We can't do anything without data. We have health criteria data. We need our own school district data, and then we can go from there.
Good plan.
Okay. Very good. Moving on to board work calendar. I think we're good. We're in good space.
I believe that we're in good space. It's hard to believe that we're in the end of August. I don't know if by you remember, it took forever to get through March, and now we're almost in September. But I think that get through the budget hearing, that was a big deal. Today, first of all, thank you to the 4 of you that were able to speak. We ran that district-wide this morning at 8 o'clock. I realize that not every of you could, but thank you for those of you that could express that welcome to our staff. So everything else, we're right where we should be going. Just the one thing I know that you guys are really busy, but when Katie sends that out, if you could get your schedules and do that sooner rather than later, because what happens is if you get it on now, you're less likely to have a conflict later if you wait.
Is that video available for us to watch? I wasn't able to this morning, so I was wondering if we could.
I just looked too. It's on YouTube. I just looked that up.
It's on our.
I think I sent it to you last week.
It's on there.
But if you can't get it, let me know and I'll send it to you again.
Okay.
But I believe Allie's right. It should just be there right on YouTube.
I think underneath the Teams link, there was, you can watch it on YouTube here, and there was a link there as well.
Yep.
In reference to the board work calendar, I just wanted to note a couple things in September. We will review action plans when buildings and teams have had time to put those together, which will be a little later because we didn't do all the stuff at the beginning of the year that we thought we were going to do. And the second thing is the Teacher of the Year banquet.
Got postponed.
Yep. We will still approve crisis plans without any issue.
Would it be possible for us to do some kind of just maybe a dinner even before board meeting or something with our Teachers of the Year, just so we could recognize them since they're going to miss that? I mean, they get to go next year, is that right? But
What
A great
the
idea.
Teacher of the Year committee decided to do is just carry the same people over from this year to next year. So they automatically are the Teacher of the Year. So, but yeah, if you guys want to do a dinner or something like that, we can certainly.
Maybe.
Celebrate what they're doing, accomplishment. Okay. Committee reports.
I have a KSB meeting this weekend, Board of Directors meeting, and a lot of it's going to center around the convention, whether we're doing virtual, whether it's going to be part in person, part virtual, when it's going to be, and then also what do we do with the contracts if we go virtual? What are we going to do with the contracts that we had with Overland Park and so on? So there's going to be a lot of discussion around that, and once we come to a conclusion, you'll see how we're going to do a convention.
Good. Any other committee reports? Hearing none, moving on to superintendent reports.
First of all, I don't know if you know, but Jason Winbolt turned in his stuff for KSB president-elect. So anything you can do to kind of help support that, it'd be nice to have a spring Hillian on there. So congratulations to Jason.
Thanks. I'll have my interview with the nomination committee on September 12th.
So when is it an election or how does that work?
It is an election by the delegate assembly at the convention. If we have, I mean, it'll be done virtually.
State conference.
Yeah, it was
State
in.
convention.
It's usually in December, first weekend of December. You went to it last year.
Right.
Yep.
So I just didn't remember I think I left before that part though, so I had to get back.
Yep.
It's usually on Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So
I'd
you
already left.
you were there because we took a picture, but
Right. I wasn't there Sunday morning, but I was there before that.
yeah, you were there for part of it. Yeah.
And since I'm running, I'll need somebody else to be the delegate. So anybody else that wants to go.
I'd be happy to, unless someone else wants it. I don't. You sure? Okay.
I'm sure it'll be virtual, so it's not like we're going to go anywhere.
I'm thinking that they're going to lean to virtual, but it is on a Sunday morning, and it's usually the first full Sunday in December. Second thing I was going to put out, first day of school is Wednesday. We're excited. The kids are coming, so that's kind of cool. We're ready to get started. And then USA is actually, we're doing virtual, and it starts, I believe, Thursday or Friday. And in the past, it's usually been a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I believe this year it's going to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but it's all virtual. So.
We do need an executive session this evening.
Mr. President, this is Jason Winbolt. I move that the board go into an executive session to discuss potential properties for a new school site pursuant to the exception for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property under COMA. Those to be in session include the Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, and the administrators as requested. The executive session to begin at 11:15 and resume in this place no later than 11:35.
Nels Anderson, I second.
It's moved and seconded to move to executive session to be conducted to have preliminary discussions about the acquisition of real property under COMA. Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Approved.
Second.
Back in second. I was gonna say we're back in session. Move to adjourn. You're not transmitting.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Candy, please collect the vote.
Yes.
Candy, you're muted.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
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 Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening.
Thank you.